you're sitting still, I think that even the tractor trailers, when they, um, I don't know, I never really paid much attention to tractor trailers just sitting still. Now I know the old 5 tons, if they just sat there running, they'd be blowing smoke out their stacks, and quite often uh, you could end up you could end up with uh, carbon backup in the in the like an overpowering
Speaker.
CO2 in the cab, you
Yeah.
know.
It's just funny the looks you get when you're going down the road. Well, this truck gets looks anyways. I don't know if you've even ever seen my truck, but it's kind of different.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen your I've seen your truck. I have seen your truck.
It gets far more attention than my
I
other
just don't
thing.
say anything. I watch your videos. I just don't say anything. I don't want anybody to know that I'm as crazy as you are.
Oh,
So if I put comments on your videos and everything, and everybody's going to know that I'm just as flipping nuts as you are. Okay, and I
it's
can't
all
have
right.
that. I can't have that. Even though I know we are, I just can't let everybody else know that.
You know, that's what I've learned
I
about YouTube. Is crazy runs together. Crazy runs together. YouTube is proof of that.
Well, I mean, we got Ronnie York with us. Come on,
It's absolutely that just says it all right there.
Look at your chat. You got Pappy up in there. You got Camo 621. I mean Tammy 621. Man, Waking
Carl.
Trillion.
We have
I know
245
that
people
half
watching.
the people, at least half the people in this chat have been called crazy. I'm sure.
We have 248 people watching right now.
Well, here's the thing: we're conspiracy theorists, so we got to stick together because we are all definitely crazy.
Yeah.
At least that's the way they think of us.
So, well, the one thing that we have to remember is that a conspiracy is a crime.
That's
And a
true.
theorist is an investigator. And it's
No,
like,
the CIA. The CIA made that up in 1867 because of the JFK assassination. They coined the term conspiracy theory.
That's right. But don't y'all agree though that even though they call us conspiracy theorists, and that's what we are to them, that all the things that they said that we were crazy for have basically been proven true. Everything we said up to this date, if not
Pretty
everything, almost everything has been proven true.
yeah, we need to make up some new ones. But
Sure do.
Ronnie, would you read that? Would you read that, please?
I sure would. It's from Sometimes You Got a Sparkle Fart. The neighbor's dog got into the glitter and then at some point farted in the wife's eye. She got glittered and pink eye. So that's where that name comes from. Damn. Neighbor's dog.
You know, you guys don't believe this, but I was called Crazy Carl long before I was ever Camo Carl. Can you believe that?
You crazy? No.
I could believe that.
No,
could
that's
believe
not
that.
possible.
I love owls. It's funny that you mentioned electric bill. So I've been running on generators here for the last couple of years. And I just today got a letter from Bonneville Collections Agency. Your account is hold on, let me get my glasses. I want to read this.
He can't find his glasses because he's blind. There he is. He found them.
It says, this account listed below is past due. Failure to remit payment in 10 days may result in action being filed. If legal action commences, you may be responsible for legal fees incurred or statutory fees applicable in the venue which legal action is taken. We have made many attempts to get you to pay this bill, $12,064.44. We are now informing you that we are charging you $1,267.26 of interest on this bill since you have not paid it. So it is now $13,331.70. And yeah, I'm just gonna write on there, he's dead.
Well, you're a conspiracy theorist in good standing, then, Hawk. That's what that means.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't, and that's for 1 month. That's for 1 month. I love owls. That's for 1 month. Of electricity.
Wow.
$12,064. Yeah.
Damn, were you running a whole industry there? I mean,
okay, the month before the electric bill was $4,580. Okay. Then
he was trying to bring some light into this dark world.
And then Biden took office and the lockdown continued. And the bill went from $4,500 a month to $12,064 a month.
Yeah, that's when you were running your business. I got you.
Yep. But now the 4,500 was us running every single outlet had something plugged in and was on. Okay. For the whole 30 days. Okay. So my electric bill did not change, or my electric usage did not change in that 30 days. What they charged for electricity changed in that 30 days.
Oh, that figures.
Yep.
You know, they tried on me a few years back. I all right. I realized that in the wintertime, my electric's going to be higher. That's the way it was. I was used to that. And then I know that when summer comes back around, it's going to be low. I don't usually use air. I don't even use fans usually or air conditioning. But I noticed my bill went up in the springtime. And I contacted them. I'm like, hey, why is this costing so much? Oh, well, we put you on a plan that evens it out throughout the year. So we're charging you for a projected cost coming for the next season. I'm like, no, you're not. They're like, yeah, we put you on this. I said, take me off that plan, because I never agreed to that. And I made them send a $685 check back to me. I was loaning money to the damn power company of all places. They don't need no loans.
Yep.
Well, do you guys have do you have more than one provider in your states, or is it just one?
Oh no, there's multiple. You can have a co-op.
I was wondering, because here in Texas, I mean, you can say like get it at one place for however many dollars or cents per cubic, however the hell they measure it, kilowatt hour, and another it can be 2 or 3 cents cheaper. So on another it can be even cheaper. You just have to kind of shop around.
No, in our area, it's we have one company that we can go with. So same thing for our internet provider. Now, if I lived on the other side of the highway, okay, I could go with there's another power company, and there's also a better internet, and that's just 75 feet away from where my line comes in, 75 feet away. But no, that'll never happen. They won't cross the highway with the wires.
How come they won't cross the highway there? Is it because of state law or because of their law?
I'm in Polk County on this side, and on the other side of the highway is Marion County.
So it's different.
And Marion County gets all the benefits of Salem, Oregon, whereas my side of the highway gets only the benefits of the same benefits that the native tribes get.
Yeah,
basically nothing.
Oh man.
So we get the crappy CenturyLink, and right across the highway they have Xfinity, Comcast, whatever you want to call it.
So they got you about a stone to no matter which way you go.
Oh,
basically.
Absolutely. Yep. It's yeah, it's ridiculous. It really is. It's
that's like here in this
thing
little
too.
Yeah, it's like here in this little place I'm at now, Hawk. I mean, as far as electricity goes, I don't know because I don't have to. I mean, it's paid for here in this park I'm in, but the internet, there's only one company. I got a deal the other day from another company saying that they are now providing it here. But when I moved here, there was only one. I don't know what the new one is going to charge, but the one, when I first moved here, it's the only one you could get it from. There was no one else around here that provided it. When it's like that, I mean, you're getting ripped off. That's all there is to it.
Oh yeah. It's when it was just when I took over the farm in 2017, they were paying $127 a month for internet and phone. Well, I called up the internet company and I said, listen, I said, I just took over this place and I have got the bill switched over into my name. And I said, I don't want your phone. I have my own phones. So I don't want your phone. And so they gave it to me for $46 a month. Well, 2 months later, all of a sudden I'm getting bills for $127 a month. Same thing. For the last 3 years, they've been charging me for that phone. And it's like, no. See, I Love Owls has got Bright. So that same company, Brightspeed, that same company you have, I Love Owls gets. So you guys got and it's all CenturyLink. It's all CenturyLink. It's just different divisions of it are sold to different people. And you can't and you don't get nobody who speaks English when you call a company for repair. You're either calling Honduras, Philippines, or India.
Yeah, India. That's one I get every time. Or I did get.
Yeah. So
can't understand them. They can't understand you.
I bought a brand new phone for $100, and I pay $45 a month for unlimited internet and all this other crap. And it's so far this connection has been good.
You're a little choppy on the microphone periodically, but for the most part, yeah, you're getting pretty good connection. Yeah. So.
Well, who you got it through, Carl?
It's called Straight Talk. It's you buy the phone, you put the card on the phone, and then you just got to get a new card every month. I used to be able to do it through PayPal, but that's changed. So I just go and buy the card, $45 a month.
Don't blame me.
All the stores around me are starting to take Cash App now. Doing away with PayPal.
Yeah, you can't do with PayPal everything you used to be able to do. Matter of fact,
there's many doctors.
If you don't have an account, a bank account linked to it with a credit card linked to it, they won't let you do everything.
Yeah, it's weird that
on eBay.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I know that is because I was one of the first PayPal customers there was. I was on eBay before there was a PayPal. Then they came out with PayPal. So the only reason I have a PayPal still is because I got mine before a credit card and bank account linked to it was necessary. Now you can't get PayPal without linking those two to it.
Okay.
Like grandfather club deal.
Yeah. All right, Ronnie, go.
I was just going to say one of the things I've noticed is that most doctors around here that I go to will not accept cash anymore. You got to pay, with some kind of a card. I ask myself, well, why is that? It's got to be because, at least in my opinion, of this reset that is coming. What do you consider it? by the good guys or the bad guys or whatever. It's coming, and that's why they want you to go to a card. I think they're planning, for the Joe Biden system. Myself.
Oh, it's way worse than
Yeah.
that, Ronnie. I just went through hell because of what you're talking about. How everything is linked together now. All right, some of you might know it, but I was completely off the radar for a long time. All right. And when I went to try to re-enter society, or however you want to get back on the grid, they have made me jump through so many hoops you wouldn't believe it. All right. I mean, just for the simplest things like getting car insurance. No. They want to have all this information on you. They want to know who your bills are, what your bank account is. They're right up in your business over everything now.
Yep, I remember you telling about that, Carl. A couple of months ago.
I would hope that it's just like that here in Michigan, and it's not everywhere. But boy, you guys better get ready for it, because they're just acting like they're going to do what they want with it.
Oh, they are, and my way of thinking about it is that I think their system will come in, but I don't think it'll last for long until a different system takes over. And some people don't want any system, other than what we got right now. And I kind of get that, but things are going to change for the good,
Ronnie,
or for the bad.
Went and opened up. All right. I've never had credit cards in my life. I've never gotten checks in the mail from something. I've never got any kind of disability or anything. All right. The last time I had a bank account was like 15 years ago. I closed it because I didn't trust it, because I couldn't get to it all the time. And then I just used PayPal for years. But I go to open up an account here in this town I'm in, and she's like, I've never seen this before. I said, what do you mean? And she says, you don't exist. All right. I said, I told you I don't have any credit. There won't be any credit on me. She says, yeah, okay. But I've always been able to find something on something. I said, yeah, but look, I've never paid. If I bought something, I paid for it in cash when I bought it. All right. There's no record of it on paper. And so she's like, well, I don't know how to go. I said, well, what's worse? What would be worse? Would it be bad credit or no credit at all? And she looked at me. She says, I guess it would be bad credit would be worse. I said, well, there you go. I don't know nobody, nothing. What's wrong with that?
I would think no credit would be worse, because that way, if you have no credit, that means that you don't, like you said, you don't exist as a person. So they can't draw a conclusion one way or the other.
It totally, it bewildered her. All right. The lady that opened my account, she was bewildered.
I can see why. Man. Well, I've gotten plenty of checks in the past. I still do, but I've only had a credit card one time in my life, and that was maybe for a year. And it'd take too long to explain it all, so I won't. Let's just say, put it out there that I lost the card, and I didn't pay their sorry asses because the way the whole billing thing worked. Either I misunderstood it or they explained it wrong, whatever. But anyway, and which I didn't know how much. I think it was $30-$40.
Well, when I went to go get my license back here a couple of years ago, they couldn't find me in the system at all either, because I've never had a traffic ticket. I've never, I had a license for years and years, but I've never had any problems with it. And when I went to go get it renewed, they're like, we can't find you in the system. You have to prove who you are. I'm like, okay, what about these I have a pile of old licenses. Oh, this won't work. We have to have some record of your school. We have to have your original birth certificate. We have to have your past residences. They gave me a list, and I had to acquire each and every one of these things. And, luckily I was able to find there was only 3 months of my school on record, and that was enough to get it by. But you wouldn't believe what they make a person go through here in Michigan. But if you're an illegal alien, they're just going to give it all to you.
Yep.
Well, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. See, yes. I got a what is called a Green Dot prepaid Visa card. and you just go into one of the grocery stores, regular grocery stores, not like one of those little mom and pop ones. Go into like a Safeway or a Fred Meyer's or A&P, wherever you're at, Stop and Shop, Super Stop and Shop, whatever, and you put what you want on it. Okay, but the really cool thing is that Cash App actually loads directly to your prepaid Visa.
Yeah, I just got me one of those little debit cards from the bank, and I put a limit on it, and I got this thing where they notify me if anything's used on it. But you guys want to hear the latest one, get a load of this. Now, after getting my license and all that, my truck's all fixed, and I'm on the road, I went out and I went to go get my insurance, and most places for car insurance was extremely high for somebody who hasn't had insurance, all right, and which I haven't had it in years. So there's no record of my insurance either. So anyways, what I'm getting to is I go out and I called around. I found the lowest priced insurance available. I got it for $175 down and $70 a month starting off. So I paid, I said, okay, cool, this is a good price. So I paid that 175 and I paid off 2 months ahead. And then I get this letter in in the mail a few weeks later, says I have to come up and prove my residence. So I take them up this information, including my new bank account and all the stuff that's been mailed to me, and I show it to my agent, and my agent logs it in and says, you're good to go, and I pay another month ahead. So now I'm 3 months ahead, and I go about my business, and I get this notice in the mail a week later saying that over a week ago, my insurance had been canceled because I didn't provide enough information. So I immediately contact my agent, and I'm told by the manager that she no longer works there. And I have lost my insurance. They tried to reimburse me. They sent me a check, a lame amount of check, canceled my insurance, and tried to refund me a partial amount, which I'm not happy with. And now I have no insurance. I can't drive around because they pulled it from me. Now it's going to cost me well over $1,000 to start my insurance anywhere else, and then probably in the first 6 months, it cost me somewhere around $3,500 to $4,500. Can you believe that crap?
Mm. Yeah,
I have all the letters, the documentation, all of this. I'm really tempted to go to a lawyer.
well, I kind of think that insurance is illegal too.
It is. It should be. By all rights, Constitution, and everything else.
Yeah.
There's something about that, guys. All right, I know about traveling and all that, but everything I own is in this truck. All right, they pull me over, impound it, and then give me. I could lose everything I have if I'm not legal on the road.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a risk you just don't want to take when you have everything in there. It's just like me with my bus. I have a converted bus, and when I was traveling, I went up to Oregon to Ox House, and I had everything in my bus, and I didn't want to leave it anywhere, and I don't want to leave it stranded on the side of the road because if it gets broken into, I have everything in there. So I know exactly what you mean.
I was paying, the last time I had insurance was a while ago, all right, over 10 years ago. I had it down to $17 a month because I was at a perfect driving record. I've never, I had it, all those things. So you're over a certain age, you don't let anybody else drive, you're out in the middle of nowhere, all these factors that brought my insurance way down. But now they call me a high risk because I haven't had insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to me, here's the thing: driver's license, insurance, tags, all that stuff, as far as I'm concerned, are should be totally illegal. If we went by the Constitution, they would be.
They're policies. They're not laws. They're policies.
Exactly.
There you go. That's exactly.
And all these people who pull you over for it are policy enforcement agents. They're not police. They're not.
Yeah, and they'll shoot a guy like me. They'll shoot a guy like me in a heartbeat and take it anyways.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they will. But it's still, if we ever get back to in my opinion, the original Constitution, then that's where we ought to be. For the one we're living under now is not the right one to begin with. But when with this illegal one we got now, at least it should be illegal, they added all this other illegal crap on. Like I said, license, insurance, taxes, all that crap. That just like Hawk said, it's policy. That's what police stands for, is policy. It's just well, I'm not going to say what I what I really think of these people.
Like, I'm on your side there, Ronnie. Like, I feel that when you're traveling in your own personal vehicle, you don't need a license, you don't need insurance. A man's word should be good enough to cover the responsibilities if anything happens. But when you're traveling for commerce, when you're driving for commerce, I feel you do need all that paperwork and all that registration, because now you're in the middle realm.
That was.
I agree with that.
If you were a tractor trailer driver, it was required that you had insurance and the special license and everything, because of the fact that you were driving commercially. But if you're traveling,
that's a fun line for me too, Hawk, because I got a commercial sewing machine mounted in the back of my truck I use to make money.
Yeah.
Well, at some point, the thing is that we're all going to have to stand up to these people one way or another, come together as a people. And I'm not talking about in a rioting or hostile ways. I'm talking about in a peaceful, protestful way. The whole damn country, or at least state by state, and do the things we need to do to get our country back. Otherwise, I think it may be gone. And as much as I love President Trump, and I hope and pray that he can wind up getting it back, the way it's supposed to be, I don't know if one man can do this or not.
No, I seriously don't think that Trump. I love Trump. I'm all for Trump. I voted for Trump, but he's not the savior. I don't feel he's the savior. He's the eye opener. We're supposed to come together as one nation to change these policies, these laws. But trying to get everybody on the same page at one time is virtually impossible, because there's so many different ways of thinking in different parts of the country, different states. Some people want this, some people want that. We won't band together. It'd be nice if we could, but I see that as a far fetch right now.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a very tough, if not impossible, thing to do. But when this is one thing that Q said, is nothing's going to happen. And I'm paraphrasing here, of course. Nothing's going to happen until we're at the brink. When we're at the brink, I mean, who knows what the brink means? It could mean many things, but none of them are good. So if it don't happen, then it may never happen. Or I guess it won't never happen, because we'll be at the brink at that time.
Yeah.
So, or I guess we're just going to wait till it gets there, to the brink to find out.
I think the brink's going to be in November 2024.
I don't even think we're going to make it there.
I agree with Carl. I don't think we are either.
Yeah.
No,
I don't think.
I think they're going to need to have the in March.
It'd be like being in a relationship. You caught the other person cheating, and you just go on like nothing happened.
Yeah.
I agree with Brew W all the way.
So it's like okay, we're in the Christmas season, right? No, we're not.
That's right.
Okay, now I know a couple of you on panel know the answer to this, so don't answer the question. When is Christmas Day? Who can tell me the actual date for Christmas? Christ's birth. Who can tell me his birthday? We're going to see if anybody gets it right.
Well, they ought to, because you just talked about it.
When was Christ's birth?
And that's because of the Gregorian calendar, right?
Okay.
That's Minder Sue.
So Miss Minder Sue gets one at first. So September 11th. Why do big acts all around the world always happen on September 11th?
Because it's an emergency?
No, because they want to make everybody hate the day because something bad happened.
Right, emergency, 911.
Yep. And it's yep. And so Jesus's birthday is September 11th. Okay.
That's right.
All right.
That's why they did. That's why they did the tires and everything on 911. They wanted to. What they're doing, in my opinion, is they're desecrate. Yeah, and they want to desecrate the whole, whole day.
Yep.
Everything to do
Well,
with
just
Christ.
to be sure, I'm going to celebrate it every day of the year. How you like to know?
That's the conclusion I'm coming to, at least until we ever get back to the real date. Then I'm more than happy to celebrate it. And I do now to an extent, like today, went out and had dinner with my kids and grandkids and all, but that's more for them. It's not really for me, and I want to spend time with them. It seems, for whatever reason, seems to be one of the few days of the year we can all get together. So, that's, to me, that's it. But yes, they're doing everything they can to desecrate Christ. How for, whatever, since the Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And they'll continue to. What gets me, Hawk, is in the Bible, it talks about, when Christ was born and the wise men were come to see him, and it talks about them seeing the shepherds in the field and everything, out there with their flocks. And the thing is that, they don't have their flocks out in the field in the wintertime. What would there be to eat out there? I mean, in the pastures.
Yeah. April 1st is the new year. Yeah, that is correct, Joshua. And Easter is actually supposed to fall on the 29th of September.
Boy, I sure think about that If I Was the Devil by Paul Harvey an awful lot.
Yeah.
I don't even think it should be called Easter myself. I think it should be called Passover because where the name Easter came from. I mean, it's Ishtar. It's the whole.
There was something interesting happened to me today. I know a guy here in this town. He's leftist to the max. I mean, this guy hates Trump. All right, he lives off the system. He doesn't do squat. He says it's because of mental issues. But man, he is a voice against Trump. And today he was telling me that he was just sure Trump was getting back in. And to hear him say that, really something, I mean, he's pissed off about it, but he's convinced Trump's coming back. And I said, what makes you so sure? He says, who else could win right now? Mm-hmm. And that was coming from one of them.
Yep. Well, what it's going to boil down to is this, as more and more of this stuff comes out, and it's, we're getting ready to see the Epstein list. Okay, we're getting ready to see other things going on. So it's really,
disclosure time. I thought about that because we've got months before it happens. But that's why I don't think an election is going to happen. Not only is the trust gone, but there's something really weird going on. All right. I mean, I'm not going to disregard everything I've seen in the last 3 years because there's something weird going on. And it seems like they just keep exposing themselves. All this evil, all these corrupt people just keep exposing themselves. The longer this goes on, it's like I don't know. Something's going on, guys. That's another reason I don't think it's going to make it all the way. And plus, all right, even if we do make it to an election, all right, either way, one side's going to flip out. All right. If the right wins, the left's going to flip out. The left wins, the right's going to flip out. Something's got to stop that before it happens.
Well, I think that's exactly the reason we're not going to have an election is because they absolutely know they don't have a chance at winning that election. So they're going to stop it themselves. It won't have anything to do with Trump himself stopping it. They are going to stop it by, crashing the internet or whatever they have to do.
I don't know who's in control. For all I know, it could be a foreign country in control of the whole schmeal going on here. For all I know, I don't trust none of it now. It's played on for so long. I don't. You know, all of this is counting on one man. That should be a little bit frightening to people because, I mean, if it wasn't for Trump, who else would you vote for? Is there anybody else on your radar that you would want besides him in that position?
Definitely
I
not
can't
me,
think of one.
but I don't think it's just one man that's in charge. I think it's a military
No,
operation.
just one man in charge. I mean, there's only one man in this game that, I mean, now even the leftists think he's a man.
No, I think it's a team of people.
Yes.
Sure hope.
I said I
hope
think
they're
it's
all
the military. I think it's the military's in charge, and Trump is the commander
I
in
don't
chief.
think it's Trump by himself.
No, no.
Well, no, I never did neither. I
Everybody's
mean,
internet
that's the
going
way
wonky right now.
people. They've tried to start World War III twice in the last couple of years, all right, and fails, or somehow it diffuses. All right, all these things.
No, I'm not
I
hearing
believe
anybody.
if the left was in full control, those jackboots would have been stepping on us already.
Oh, I totally
Feels
agree
like
with that.
I feel like there's something there preventing it from going worse. I mean, not saying it's good.
Well, that's the thing. We only need 10% either direction, and that's what pushes it the opposite way.
Myself, I think it's the good guys. I mean,
Yep.
Well,
by the good guys, I mean Trump, the military.
There's similarities, Ronnie. I mean, the people we have imprisoned right now, and you know, and J6 and all this stuff that's happened. There's some things that don't fit. They don't make much sense. The
Well, for me,
border, you know, it's
for me, I go back to the inauguration. You know, when he was giving a speech, and the military guys walked up behind him, and he said, "We." He didn't say I'm going to do it. He said, "We are going to give the country back to you." And just a second or two later, the military guys turned around and walked off back up the stairs. That right there, to me, says it all. You know, that, and I think it was in effect before he became president. I think they've been doing this for a while. And that's what happened with Hillary when she so famously was led up to that van and supposedly collapsed. Maybe she did. I mean, I don't know but something did.
Right. I don't remember where it was. It was a few months ago, but I saw what was supposed to be Hillary and Bill in a parade at some little town, walking in a parade, and it so much didn't look like them. I mean, it was like everybody just accepted they were replacements or something. It's really odd, but Hillary has changed height and everything over the last few years.
Oh yeah, you've heard about that woman that worked for her that was a dead ringer for her, about, I don't know, 10 years younger, something like that. And when this happened with the van and they took her to her daughter's house, it wasn't just a few hours later, she comes back out and she's fine, you know, ready to dance a jig and all this. But you can tell that, and it does look a lot like her, but you can tell that this woman was a lot younger than the original Hillary.
Okay, real quick, I want to answer this question. Marianne asked Hawk if we can remove a tyrannical government if they don't abide by we the people. Is voting the only way to remove them? Nope. We have other recourse. That's not the only way, but it's the way that we're choosing right now. You know, we're choosing to see if we are going to have a proper and fair erection in the future.
Hawk, have any of you guys heard about this? What's going on with the 34 states? I've heard about it. I haven't looked into it yet. That's why I'm asking y'all.
If 34 states that want to secede from the United States?
Well, it's basically that, but it's kind of like a constitutional convention. As much as I've gotten out of it now, I'm not saying that's what it is, but
okay. So the Convention of States let's go ahead and let me do a share screen here. Oops, I had already done that. Dang nabbit, I had it there. I just needed to pull it back up. Share screen, enter, share. Okay, and let's go to Convention of States. And this does need to happen. And it is required in 34 states. Convention to propose amendments to the United States Constitution. A convention to propose amendments to the United States Constitution, also referred to as an Article 5 convention, state convention, or amendatory convention, is one of two methods authorized by Article 5 of the United States Constitution, whereby amendments to the United States Constitution may be proposed. 2/3 of the state legislatures may call a convention to propose amendments, which become law only after ratification by 3/4 of the states. So it's necessary for 34 states is what is needed in order to call for a convention of states. And I believe that there is right now a call for convention of states. 2023 executive summary. Let's see.
Well, let me tell you right quick, Hawk. The reason I asked was because Nancy Drew, you know, the woman that goes to Washington all the time, she lives there. And so she was going there every day. And this has been approximately a year ago, maybe just a little longer, but she was there that day filming, and something big started happening. She was at the White House, and so something big started happening. So she was, you know, getting in position to film it good. And what they were doing was taking down all these, you know, so many flags. I believe it was 26 of them. And my understanding was, and it could be totally wrong, but my understanding is that they had a convention of states that day, and that these 26 states, or however many, I think it was 26, had decided not to stay with the U.S. So they were taking their flags down. And I'm not saying it's part of it. I'm just saying this was my understanding of what happened that day. But she literally got it on film where they were taking those flags down.
The 2023 Article 5 Convention simulation. So this is a simulation. It's about 18 minutes long. We'll watch part of it here and see what they do.
State simulation. People with those kind of ideals working together to find consensus for the betterment of our country.
People rise above the everyday and start thinking about what can they do to really make a contribution to the future of our country.
These are folks who understand what's at stake in the country. They understand their role as state legislators in that.
We cannot just pretend it'll fix itself. We cannot assume foolishly that somebody else will take care of this. This is our time.
The Article 5 Convention Simulation. It was a historic event held over a 3-day period, August 2nd through August 4th of 2023. One of the most important events in the history of the Article 5 Convention movement, and perhaps the history of the United States of America. 49 states gathered for the purpose of conducting a test run of a constitutional process that would fight back against DC tyranny.
The Founding Fathers gave the states this process to use as a check and balance. One of the most significant checks and balances in our federal system is this one.
The abuses by the federal government have awakened many people to political threats. The most important responsibility of state legislators now in America is to protect us from the profligacy and also the just imperious behavior of the federal government.
We have parental authority that the founders gave to the state legislatures to supervise the child, that is the federal government, and say, you can't abuse your power. And when we go for, rounded up, 250 years and never check their authority, never say to them, you can't do that. Well, they're a mess. And so when's the time to start being a good parent? Now.
I think this is needed more than ever, and I'm excited that the American people are going to get a glimpse of what it looks like, how it works, and how it can really resolve the major dysfunction we see in the country today.
Where we can practice run, a dry run, familiarize ourselves with the process.
That shows the states are willing to come together and make the effort to reunite the United States.
Over 100 commissioners arrived in Williamsburg, Virginia on August 2nd for the start of the simulated Article 5 convention, which ran through Friday.
Self-government started in the New World here in colonial Williamsburg in 1623 and 1624. The first legislature started here in a log cabin in Williamsburg, Virginia.
The ideas upon which this country was founded were debated and discussed here in pubs and coffee houses. So when you come to this place, you can't help but feel it. So we could go almost anywhere in the country to do this. It's not the most convenient place, but when you walk the streets of colonial Williamsburg and you know that you're walking in the footsteps of the founders and the framers of the Constitution, it sets a very special air for an event like this.
Being in colonial Williamsburg did have a great impact on me. I'm a history buff anyway.
I mean, you couldn't have chose a better setting. It made you feel like you were part of an historic event, which it is.
The significance of being here, and when we had the procession with the fife and drum, it throws you back in time in your mind, and it was a great experience.
On Thursday morning, Louisiana's Woody Jenkins and Senator Jason Rapert of Arkansas were elected president and vice president, respectively.
Everything that's been passed heretofore, amending the Constitution, has had to be approved by the Congress. And there's very few changes that have been made. But what if Congress is the problem? What if it's impossible to make the changes you need? Because remember, you need 2/3 vote of both houses. So what the founders did in Article 5, they set forth another procedure, and that is, if Congress is the problem, how can the people, acting through those state legislatures and a convention, how can they correct the problems that Congress is causing? And that's what we're really talking about at this convention. That's why it's so important.
Some people will say, well, we shouldn't do it in such a divided time. I say this is how you heal the division. One of the reasons that we're so divided as a country right now is because Washington, D.C. does so much stuff. And if D.C. is doing it, we know as a divided country, half the country is going to be angry. If Democrats are in power, Republicans are going to be angry, and vice versa. So by holding a convention of states, the idea is draw the power away from Washington, D.C., return it to the people in the states. The states then decide most issues for themselves. And when that happens, we'll get along a lot better because we don't have to fight about what's going on in Washington, D.C.
You poll the nation, you see how important it is and how much agreement. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Independent or Republican, you know there's a problem.
So the states are really the last check on federal power. And if we don't exercise that power, I don't believe that Congress will change. They're undisciplined and they will not discipline themselves.
The body then dismissed to 3 committees, one for each of the following subject matters: term limits and judicial jurisdiction, fiscal restraints, as well as executive and legislative jurisdiction. These committees considered hundreds of submitted proposals.
So even though I'm sure they're going to talk about and debate a lot of different ideas in each of those committees, they're going to have to narrow it down to the 3 that the committee deems most important. The question is, what exactly will those proposals look like? What will the details be?
Well, we were on term limits. I was on term limits, and it was a lot of open discussion, a lot of great ideas and amendments and things like that. And it seemed that, people piggybacked on the good ideas and brought them forward.
Agencies that we were talking about before, promulgating rules that the states and the Congress never have a vote on. That would go away as far as them sending down edicts to the state.
I really enjoyed the committee process. I served on the fiscal restraints committee and was part of the subcommittee that put together the resolution for the balanced budget.
The committee work was very, very effective. That we really came in prepared to come to the floor with a proposal that was pretty well in shape.
Al Torres, the winner of last year's COS Voices contest, was on hand to witness this historic event as a representative for the Citizen Grassroots Army.
It's just an honor and a privilege and humbling to actually be here. The patriotism behind each and every person who's working here to accomplish what we're trying to do, which is save this nation. it's just magnificent to know that I've been blessed to run across with some of the people that I have.
You know, we see Washington, D.C. on television all the time. We see some of the worst behavior in the country there. But if you go into the state legislatures, you meet people who are doing politics for the right reason. They're engaged because they believe in public service. Maybe their family has a long history of public service. They love their communities. They love their states. So they're doing it for the right reason.
I feel like it would be legislative malpractice if I did not take every tool at my means, at my disposal, every tool constitutionally, peacefully, that I can utilize. If I didn't join and be a part of this, I think I would have to apologize to my constituents. And most importantly for me, truly, I'd have to apologize to my family for not doing everything I could given this opportunity at this moment, at this time.
If it wasn't for the grassroots, I wouldn't be sitting here in this chair, because it was a constituent, a grassroots supporter of Convention of the States that came to me at a meeting, and where they were meeting legislators, asked me if I'd sit down with him for tea, which I did. And he just asked if I would look over a couple of pamphlets that he gave me on Convention of the States, which I looked at, and from there went down the rabbit hole. And as a fiscal conservative, had that epiphany that said, this is the solution.
I think they realize the potential that this has, that they can in fact come together and do something, and there's a real commitment to do that.
Over a couple of pamphlets that he gave me on Convention of the States, which I looked at, and from there went down the rabbit hole. And
well, a senator went down the rabbit hole. Wait a second here. How could this be? Did I just hear the impossible become possible?
I think you did.
We've been jumping down fucking rabbit holes for the last 8 years and learning more about what's going on where these guys work. And these guys are just now, 7 years later, deciding, well, maybe I should jump down one of those rabbit holes. What the? All right, back to it. Sorry.
You know, Hawk, if it's a network of rabbit holes, it's called a warren.
It's a.
Well, here's the thing. Let me.
Do you know? Have you ever walked into a Red Lobster?
Not on purpose.
Okay, they have that tank right out there in the front, right? And all the lobsters are backed up into one corner.
Oh, you mean the restaurant?
Okay, so what is a pod of lobsters standing with tails erect? What is that called? It's called a cluster. It's called a cluster.
Ted Nugent wrote a song about that.
Wait a second, and when they cluster, what is mandatory?
Well, like I said, Ted Nugent wrote a song about that. It's called Cluster Funky.
Yeah, it wasn't funky. It was. So when people say to you that things are a clusterfuck, it's basically like a bunch of lobsters walking on their heads having sex. It's one big orgy. Okay, that's what.
So they're Democrats.
That's what the Roman Senate used to look like. And from what I can tell, it appears to be what our Senate is after the videos that came out of there this week. You know.
No shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's orgies in DC. In the Senate
I don't even want to see that connection.
What's that?
I don't even want to see that connection.
Oh Lord, no. But that's where the term clusterfuck comes from. Okay, and to think about it, you know, they've inferred that clusterfuck in great movies like Apocalypse Now, Gone in 60 Seconds, the Black Hawk Down, and then the Thin Red Line. Okay, Private Benjamin. Okay. And that's so you had two big sayings that were born in war movies. One was FUBAR, fucked up beyond all recognition or any relief, or and the other one was clusterfuck. Okay. Clint Eastwood in Heartbreak Ridge actually did the best version of clusterfuck. Okay. I mean, stating it in the movie, but that's basically what we have going on in DC right now is a clusterfuck. Okay.
It will never, ever be the Oral Office to me now.
It's you had to go there, didn't you? You just had to go there. But whenever you have a clusterfuck, everything always goes FUBAR. Those lobsters die within hours instead of days because of that action going on. Okay. So that's where the FUBAR part came in. They have fucked up beyond recognition. Okay. And it's any recognition was what the original term was. And it's and the fact that we use that in the military, okay, kind of throws another adage to it because of the fact that it tells you the level of which that things are screwed. In whatever situation you're going into, whatever theater you're going into. Okay. Combat is a theater. Politics is a theater. School boards are a theater. Everybody practices in theaters. Okay. And when we look at it, we don't rightly understand how we can take something back or reobtain something without violence. Okay. But know that if all else fails, that we do have that. But we have to exhaust every avenue until that point. Okay. We are going, we are okay. Think about it like this. If 4 years ago, if this ended 4 years ago, okay, 60% of the population of the United States would never have caught on. Okay, on their own. 50% of that 60% or 50%, or so we take 10% that just will never get it. Okay. And then you have 50% left over. Okay. And of that 50%, okay, you're going to have 10% that are mildly skeptical, but willing to go with it. Okay. So that leaves you 40%. Okay. And then the next 10% is they question every single fact all the way down the line and won't give an opinion. That's pretty much like half of our courts. Okay. Okay. Because they can't come to a decision, right? Okay. But the remaining 30% are people that they won't believe that. So the first 10% will take at least a year to 2 years to catch up. Okay. It's and then then 10 of that 20% that's remaining, okay, will take 4 years, maybe 5 years. And that final 10%, they'll never believe it. They just assume jump off a bridge.
Well, we've also seen a lot of exposure on what people's moves are. They're they're burying themselves by their actions throughout these years, whereas now everybody knows they're traitors and corrupt. And
it only took one guy to go in there and say, hey, I want to be president, for them all to show their colors.
I got to remind myself of that often, Hawk, because, just 8 years ago, a lot of what is known now, you'd have been laughed at for back then. There's a lot of those conspiracy theories have turned into conspiracy facts over the years.
Yep. Well, conspiracy truths. Truth is based upon facts. Okay. There's a fact.
See all these good people rolling by, and I don't ever get to say hello to them because everybody's got something to say here. Hello, Pamela.
Yeah.
Let me throw out another little conspiracy here. All these guys that were in this convention of states, whatever this is supposed to be here, making up the rules of whatever it was they were doing. It seems to me like if this is going to be done, then this ought to be done, from the states but I don't say it could be done right unless all these crooks are going to the government first. I seen Rick Santorum there, and that threw me for a loop immediately.
Yep. I don't think that senators or congressmen should be part of a convention of states.
Absolutely not. That's what I'm saying.
Because it's 90% of them are corrupt. We have 10%, and we have 10% that's not corrupt, and that 10% is being threatened from every freaking side.
They're part of the problem.
They are the problem in a good part of it.
90% are the problem. I'm saying 10%. 10% have the most awesome intentions and are still to this moment working for the best, but they're getting it from all sides, from the 90%. Threat. Then they have people in their own state. Threat. It's when you live under threat, eventually you end up capitulating if you expect to do anything.
That's the Tarkin doctrine. There's actually a thing that they made up in the Star Wars universe. Governor Tarkin, the one that was played by Peter Cushing in the 1977 Star Wars, he had a line. He says, "Fear will keep the systems in order." And, fear of this battle station. Well, they made up a whole theory behind that. You can look it up on Wikipedia and all that. It's called the Tarkin doctrine. Whereas, it's been used for history. It's all through our history. It's a real thing where they use fear to control the masses.
You ain't kidding. It is. That's exactly what it is. That's we got to get away from the fear thing. I mean, the whole country, the whole world. If we don't get away from the fear thing, that's how they've been ruling us all these years. We got to get out of that.
Go up on you and stuff,
and grow a pair. I mean, that's all we can do. And once we do that, I think we'll be okay. But and I think I would bet money that's why Hawk is on now, because he's doing the right thing or trying his best to, just like me. You take a chance when you do this stuff.
I have not literally counted it, Ronnie, but I hear it says 365 times in the Bible, not to fear.
Well,
that's right.
It says, "Be not afraid." And why does it say, "Be not afraid"? Because I am with thee.
There you go, Hawk. There you
go.
I know my favorite one is Psalms 23. That's my favorite one.
It's like this. Either we, live with the knowledge that we have nothing to fear, or we, there's only a couple options. There's that one, that we live as God, told us, do not be afraid. Okay. That we have no reason to fear, or we act like we ain't afraid, but inside we shaking, or we act like we're afraid, and just really be afraid all the time. Let every little thing trigger our fear, trigger more fear, trigger more fear, you know. And then last but not least, that we so scared we die.
Yeah, scared to death, have a heart attack, die from fear. Yeah, or whatever. I totally agree. You know, but the thing is, and what I was talking about there is not so much of what the government will do to us, by what Hawk and I and a bunch of other people do. But I'm talking, you know, it'd be so easy if you wanted to have a YouTube channel to come on and just do, you know, anything, you know, that would, you know, get your little message out there, whatever. And I'll just speak for myself here, but the only reason I came on was because I feel this in my heart. That's where I come from, is the heart. I ain't saying I'm the smartest guy in the world on any of this stuff, because I know I'm not. But, you know, when you speak, I feel like when you speak from what God gives you in your heart, then you're going to be way more right than you are wrong. And the wrong part is because of me, not because of God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because God's not wrong.
That's
God's
right.
not wrong. You know, and that's, you know, things that were a sin 100 years ago are still a sin today. Things that were a sin 2,000 years ago are still a sin today. You know,
Good people know that those things are wrong to do without having to be told.
Yep. You know, and helping people should be the same way. You know, if your neighbor is, you know something's going on over your neighbor's place, don't wait for a phone call. Don't wait for a phone call. Just go on over there.
Agreed.
Hey, I'm
I
here to help.
pounded on people's doors in the middle of the night. I saw a guy's chimney once glowing red. I pounded on his door till I woke his whole family up, and I know I saved their lives. So do they. You know, I ain't afraid. And you got to check me on that, because I'm not. I don't have any fear in me. I've even asked a question, because people always say, you know, I'm a God-fearing person. I don't fear that. I mean, I'm good with this. I'm in a place where I'm kind of zen when it comes to that fear, you know. I actually see fear as a tool. All right, I really do. I see fear as a survival tool that every creature on this planet has, and it's a warning signal, you know, that may save your life. But a lot of people that fear use, not using their fear. If you have a fear of something, prepare for it, avoid it, you know, learn from it. But to go around worrying and stuff, there's somebody that said that like 80% of what somebody worries about never happens, you know. So that worry and fear is a couple of useless things, unless if you let it can be destructive, you know. If you let fear take over, it can ruin you.
Oh, for darn sure.
So like Starsky says here, he says, Hawk, like kind of like your neighbor, Hawk. He looked over in my direction and saw that my kennel lights weren't on, and he came over to check on me. And in the process, he did. That's correct, Starsky. And what he do? He brought me a generator to use. You know, he just looked over and he saw that the kennel lights were off. The kennel lights are on 24/7 because there's not enough windows on there to really give it daytime light. You know, but at nighttime, I have one window that shoots across his field, which gives him perfect optics for his rifle to take out an elk every once in a while. So there's a reason for that, you know, but he looked every day, you know, he looks out there every single day, you know, and he knows that light never, ever goes off, you know. Now if I'm in there during the daytime and I got the doors open, well, then there's extra light. So I don't need to have the, the light on in there. But that light is bright enough, that it depends as they're shaped around the building. The light's in the center of the building, and whatever windows are there, it shoots out them, and it's so, so that's why I'm saying is like, if you know something's going on at your neighbors, don't think twice about it. You want to become friends. You never really met the person before or anything like that. Well, when you see something happen, like a tree goes down, grab your chainsaw, grab some rope,
I can say something about this community too about that, Hawk, because I've been used to being on my own for a long time. Y'all know I'm a loner. I'm pretty much a hermit. But ever since I've been part of this community, if I like take a break from YouTube, or if I'm gone more than a few days, I start getting messages and stuff. All right, people. I mean, like, go ahead and try to disappear for a while, Hawk. See how many people start going, "Where's Hawk? Where's Hawk?"
Yep. Yep.
They're going to check on you.
And people are calling. Real quick, Jerry Lee, sheriffs are the solution, not enough good sheriffs. You're 100% correct, because the thing about local sheriffs is they have to be voted in, and that's in a city election. You know what I mean? And that's not the mayor who's hiring them or anything else.
Did
but
you highlight that?
What's that?
Did you highlight what you're answering? I'm looking for it.
Oh yeah, it is now. Sheriffs are the solution, not enough good sheriffs, and that's now my local sheriff. He's 100% constitutional sheriff. Okay, all the deputies, and let me tell you, they come out here quite often. Okay, and it's not because I'm a troublemaker or anything like that. They come out here because they know I used to be a pot farm, and that people will try to break in out here often. And generally they'll talk about it before they get here, and somebody ends up, will call in and say, hey, these guys are heading up to Hawk's farm, and they all know me as Hawk. It's, but all the sheriffs know me. Okay. All of them great guys. And this is what's cool about my sheriff is that he has them for 2 hours every week on a Saturday. Okay. They either get the morning or the afternoon or the evening. Okay. And he has an instructor that comes in, and guess what the instructor teaches? Constitutional law, and constitutional law only. Okay. So we have now, where I'm at is currently incorporated. Okay. But get this, a year ago, papers were filed for the city to become unincorporated, meaning that we won't take any money from the state at all, get out of our city and stay out of our city. Okay. And we have not, there has not been a response filed yet, which tells me that something fishy is going on with the courts here. And they're not taking any, they're not seeing anybody. I know people who were picked up a couple of years ago and have been sitting in jail all this time, still no court. Okay. But big cities like Portland and Salem, they have courts going on. So it's kind of like, it's kind of weird, it's kind of weird, but, yeah. But the sheriff is the one who sponsored for us to become unincorporated. Okay. And that was after like 5 straight days of debating. And it was an open forum debate. So any of the residents from town here, or from our farming community could show up, and like 80 to 90% of the people did. Okay. So there was a great debate that went on for 5 days in a row. And then on day 4, they had one vote. Okay. They got the, they got the count and everything. And then they said, but we're not going to give the totals the totals are here in this envelope sealed, and he handed it to the sheriff. Okay. And then they turned around and said, now we're going to do a second vote to verify the first. Okay. So everybody revoted again. Okay. So that means that people had like 24 hours to think over their vote. And if they wanted to change it, this is the only time that they're going to have to change it. Okay. And they did the revote. It took them approximately an hour and 30 minutes. Okay. To get everybody paper vote. Okay. They counted the votes, and they handed it to the sheriff. So the sheriff opened it up, and out of 190 residents, 189 voted yes, and one person voted no. Okay. Second day, everybody voted yes, even the guy who had said no. Now, when the guy who said no was asked why he said no, he said, because I didn't understand the question. You know, he wasn't paying attention completely during the debates and understanding what incorporation did to our cities, what it did to our counties, what it did to our states. Okay. And it was only by his wife sitting down with him after they got home, and his wife said to him, well, so how did you vote? And he told her, he says, I voted no. I think they're plumb crazy. He said, I don't understand the thing they're saying. Well, his wife sat down with him that night and had the conversation and explained what incorporation did to the city, to the county, to the state. Okay. So when he came back the next day, he was prepared with knowledge that he didn't quite grasp, because too many people in there talking too many big words, too many technical terms that never get broken down in the middle of a conversation. Okay. So this guy's been a farmer since he was 14 years old. That's all he knows. He had schooling from the age of 8 to the age of 12, and that was it. And the schooling was basically just reading, writing, and arithmetic. That was it. That's all he had to learn. He was a farmer, you know, and everything that he learned agriculturally, he learned from the community here, you know. So the entire community was his school, you know. So this guy who basically had a 4-year education, that's now in his 80s, now understands how the city and how the county and how the state have robbed him blind in order to pay the federal government to do nothing all the time.
Yeah, I sent you a video, an old video. Did you watch that animated video I sent you?
You sent it to me on Facebook?
Yeah, probably, I don't know, a week ago.
Yeah, let me see. I'm pretty sure I watched it, but it was
It's old. I mean, I think I've seen it at least a dozen years ago.
Oh, that
But
was
boy,
in regards to the republic, not a democracy.
this was talking about the Red Shields and how they created the central banking and how the taxation and all that stuff formed into what we have now. And it's like you're saying, it was like on layman's terms. It's in a way that anybody can understand it without all the big words. It's a very informative little video. I thought you may have missed it. Sometimes you send something in Messenger and it doesn't show up.
It's called the Collapse of the American Dream.
That's it, right there.
Ronnie played that last night.
Did he?
Yeah, Ronnie played that on his channel last night.
Well, imagine. That's weird because I sent that to Hawko like a week ago. That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason I didn't play it was because I didn't know who did it, and I didn't know if there would be a copyright issue.
Mm.
So I
Get out of my head, Ronnie. Ronnie, get out of my head. You won't like it there. I don't even know what I'm thinking of.
I think we must be in each other's head.
Yeah, did you get a copyright for that, Ronnie?
No, but I got a copyright right before that. I don't think you'd made it over at that time, Hawk. I was playing a video. I was trying to connect three different things together, and the video that I was playing was the last piece of the puzzle, and they took the stream down for a minute or two right in the middle of it. But it came back up, but it was because of that copyright.
Okay. Let's finish watching the rest of this video. It's got basically 10 more minutes. It'll give me time to run to the bathroom real quick. And let's watch the end of this and see where this goes. But I just found it interesting that he was willing to jump down a rabbit hole, and I had to stop it there, So, all right, let's get back to this.
As a fiscal conservative, I had that epiphany that said, this is the solution.
I think they realize the potential that this has, that they can, in fact, come together and do something. And there's a real commitment to do that.
I don't know of any other organization that has the insight to what ails America than COS.
Friday's plenary session was live streamed to the world with Rita Peters, Michael Ferris, Mark Meckler, and Senator Rick Santorum providing expert commentary. Commissioners engaged in lively debate regarding the proposals as presented by the committees. They made points of order.
Yes, sir. Come to the front if you would. Under Mason's manual, I challenge the chair on that ruling and ask for a vote on the floor.
Amendments.
Be the proposal that you have on the screen with the additional sentence at the end. This article shall not apply to military officers or enlisted personnel.
And roll call votes.
The secretary will call the roll.
Alaska. Aye. Arizona.
Aye. It was very interesting, very exciting. This discussion was fabulous, absolutely fabulous, and the debates were just amazing.
We do have the opportunity to unleash economic, environmental, and constitutional renaissance in the United States by passing this.
The wisdom of the entire group really showed as we passed the different amendments in the resolution. It really also reinforced the viability of this because we do this as legislators.
No one seems to be overwhelmed by anything. This is not like, oh, what do we do? How does this work? I mean, no, they feel very comfortable. I mean, I'm talking to members. Yeah, that's what we do all the time. Yeah, we know the rules. Yeah, they're like the rules that we deal with all the time. How else would you do it?
It's been there all along since the very beginning in 1787. This is not a new doctrine. It's not something that is just pulling out of a hat. This is something that has been well acquainted in our history as a nation of states calling themselves into convention to solve problems.
My favorite moment would be when we did get to passage of any particular proposal. It's always a good thing. Those that come out of your committee, in our case, had 3 proposals, all 3 passed.
People got up, they made reasonable proposals and amendments and stuff like that. And it really, it was thoughtful.
In the end, 6 amendment proposals were successfully adopted: a congressional term limits amendment, an amendment limiting the Supreme Court to 9 justices and allowing the states to bring suit against federal actions, a balanced budget amendment, an amendment restoring the Commerce Clause, an amendment allowing for a majority of states to overturn acts of Congress and the executive branch, and finally, an amendment that would cede most federally controlled land back to the states.
After convention's over, if this were the real thing, then what would happen is the commissioners would go back to their states. Whatever was proposed would go to Congress, and then Congress would send it out for ratification to the states, whatever the proposed amendments were. And then there would be debates at the state level, usually in the state legislatures, both houses debating which, if any, of the proposals they want to ratify. Now, of course, this is just a simulated convention, so there's no ratification process that will take place. But what we hope is that the legislators that were here, the citizens that were here, will go back to their states and they'll spread the education and the excitement that we've created here about the Article 5 process.
I talked to folks that were here to see, does this work? And I think that helped them today and yesterday to see those processes are just the same kind of processes you go through in your legislatures, Congress, etc. They're no different.
They can see that, hey, this can be done normal, in order, by the rules, and we can provide real lasting change and benefit to our nation as a result.
And that confidence, I think, is something that I can take back to my state as we've looked at this over a number of years. And try to instill within them that same confidence in the process, that it can work, that it does work.
The only part of a simulated convention that you can simulate is the amount of time that people will spend on this, and the wisdom that over time, as you massage issues and you spend time on them and you work them, that you begin to see this block of marble turn into the to the pietà, right? But that doesn't happen in 2 days.
Our founders truly were brilliant. It was evident in what we experienced here. It just gave me a very great sense of peace.
The simulation proved that the process works, that it can be done, just as the American framers envisioned. Moreover, it paints a vision for citizens and legislators alike. They can use Article 5 to reclaim liberty in America and unleash a constitutional awakening.
It can be focused. It can be well run. It can be thoughtful, and people can debate and debate respectfully, and that you can have a final product at the end.
I guess a credo that I strive to achieve, to be a statesman, not a politician, not an elected official. And I think we have those. And that's also what is reflected in this Convention of States simulation. People with those kind of ideals working together to find consensus for the betterment of our country.
People rise above the everyday and start thinking about what can they do to really make a contribution to the future of our country.
These are folks who understand what's at stake in the country. They understand their role as state legislators in that.
We cannot just pretend it'll fix itself. We cannot assume foolishly that somebody else will take care of this. This is our time.
As I consider this the most important work that we can be doing in the United States, where we can actually do something about the runaway spending in Congress, the jurisdictional issues in Congress, and unbreak the logjam that is in Congress that's destroying our nation.
This work that we did here today really will lay that foundation so we can come prepared to a convention and go to work and we can pass things.
I think once you get involved and you start seeing the processes and the people involved, it becomes a no-brainer. It becomes that thing of, yeah, that's what this was for.
We are simply using the Constitution to save the Republic.
I believe that this whole process, including what we're doing here in Williamsburg, gives people hope that there is a solution to the massive problems that we're facing. If you only talk about the problems and you don't have a solution, shame on you. This is a solution, as we've said for years. This is a solution that is as big as the problem.
I'm going to copy the link for this website here, and I'm going to drop it into the chat for you guys, for anybody who's actually interested in any of this, because again, this is one of the ways that we go about in getting things changed, by forcing a convention of states. Okay. And then if we got a convention of states going on at the same time that we have Donald Trump in office, I could almost say that we would have an opportunity to rebuild this nation the way that it's supposed to be and secure true freedom for every American, and
well, it's what some of the people in the community say, Hawk. You got to get active in your community. You got to start from the ground up, grassroots on up. You got to do that. And even I was thinking about this too, talking earlier. I want to put this in there too. Even if this charade continues and we actually make it to that selection here next November, I'm registered. I will be voting. I will be there. I will be there to do that. Even if they steal it again, at least maybe somewhere, somehow, my choice was on record and kept track of. All right. So, yeah, I don't want to make it sound like it's useless to do that, even though it might be.
Well, here, like I said a while ago, until we get rid of the crooks that we know are in office now, not just in Washington, but throughout the states, it's kind of like I don't know. I could say something here. I'm not going to, but it's useless is what I'm trying to say. to, at least as far as I'm concerned, to have a convention of states with these same crooks. They're going to do the same thing they've been doing all along. So I agree with Hawk. T has to be back before you can, before I would trust it. I mean, and then if he didn't get rid of the crooks first, I wouldn't trust that. They've got to be gotten rid of.
Legal, it's legal for them to spread propaganda. We're getting misinformation and disinformation. We're getting it from multiple sides. There's nobody going to tell us what's really going on, which is a good thing, because then our enemies don't know what's going on either. I mean, if we knew some secret ultra plan, it would be traitorous for us to tell it. They're not going to. You just don't know what's going on. We only know what they're telling us, and most of that's lies.
Yeah. Let's see what this guy has to say.
I think they are telling us.
Oh, go ahead, John.
I was just saying, I think they are telling us, but without telling us directly.
They're using radio, they're using movies, they're using newspapers, magazines.
And with this new technology too, my thing, like with that convention of states, whatever we do, why don't we with this new technology, make it transparent where everybody can tune in and watch, and like Ronnie was saying, you've got the same people. They're having this little simulation thing going on, but they are in a position to make a difference, and it's kind of like, why did they put on this little simulation and not just make a difference?
Yeah.
That's right. They're already in power, so why don't they go ahead and do it? We should never needed a convention of states to change anything. We need it because of the crooks.
Right, because they're not doing their job.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I shared some links in the private, and I even put it in the chat. But, a lot of people, when they say Trump's not just Trump. If you ever look at like the Trump organization, he's all over the world. It's a big structure, And I believe this, like those videos I just
it's a club we get to be in.
Right. Something had to be done. And it was something that would have taken, it took a major move, and like a lot of people, Trump might have already did his part, and got the ball rolling. And it's up to us to see all these things and for us to come together and talk about it and, put our heads together and even educate ourselves.
Yep.
Because so much of this stuff, it never was really hidden. We just never knew it,
Yep. So I got a couple of short clips here. Let's check these out real quick.
Exposing Western influences that Israel backs. Piers Morgan presents pro-Israel slants on Rupert Murdoch's Talk TV. Murdoch has funded the Jerusalem Foundation, which builds inside illegal Israeli settlements. Jordan Peterson works for Ben Shapiro's company, The Daily Liar, which is funded by Cape Technologies, whose CEO is Israel's intelligence veteran Ido Ehrlichman. J.K. Rowling's longtime manager is lobbyist Neil Blair. Neil Blair is funded by the Israeli Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Education. Rishi Sunak's family have significant business interests in Israel. Their company Infosys is co-directed by Uri Levine, formerly of the Israeli intelligence unit 8200. But we see 8200 units pop up everywhere. So what is it? 8200 is an Israeli intelligence corps unit of the Israel Defense Forces responsible for clandestine operations, collecting signal intelligence and code decryption, surveilling the indigenous Palestinian population, and spying on the world's rich and famous. Officers designed and implemented software that spied on tens of thousands of politicians and likely aided in the killing of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. So where are the 8200 units dispersed? First up, Google. There are currently at least 99 former A200 veterans working for Google. Gavriel Goidel, head of strategy and operations at Google. Jonathan Cohen, head of insights, data, and measurement. Ori Daniel, head of global self-service for Google Waze. Among the others are Ben Bariak, Guy Guthers, Lior Lieberman, and others. Then there's Meta, the company that owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. 8,200 units are also stationed here. Starting with Emmy Palmore, who is one of 23 individuals who sit on Facebook's oversight board. Among the names are Tom Chet, Gilad Turban, engineering manager Ronen Gorin, software engineers Gil Osher and Yoav Goldstein, and software developer Omer Goldberg. Meanwhile, Yonatan Ramat simultaneously works for 8,200 and Meta. They also deleted Palestinian media company Al-Quds News from Facebook. For Microsoft, there are 166 former 8,200 members, among them Eilert Steinitz, Tomer Lev, Mayan Mazig, Serok Jepa, Yuval Derman, Leah Yeshua, Yogev Shitrit, Guni Merom, Meitar Pinto, Yaniv Carmel, Gilron Sabkevich, Danielle Poleg, Itai Grady, and Liat Lisha. For Microsoft Defender Antivirus and Microsoft Azure, there's Michael Barguri, Shlomi Haba, Yaniv Yehuda, Asaf Israel, Tal Rosler, Adi Griever, and Yael Janut, through which we're able to shut down key systems, such as the energy infrastructure of Iran. The information war continues with Farida Khan, a fake account fronted as an Al Jazeera journalist on X who was caught in her Israeli lie. From McDonald's and Mayweather sending food to their masters, the French banning Palestinian protests, UK banning the flag, lies from CNN, BBC, and Sky News, Piers refusing to condemn, Shapiro being a rat, Peterson calling for help. Do not think these people believe in what they say. They are told to do so through pressure from the Israeli government and blackmail. They all know there's a genocide happening in Palestine, but for the love of the money they ignore, and so become puppets.
He just tagged all of them. He tagged them all in one video. Tagged them all. You know.
God bless him.
Yep.
Well, that kind of explains why, that we all have so much problem staying on this platform and others, is because they run it.
Right.
Yep. Yep. And it's now this is another one. Okay. Now this guy here, I'm telling you, he's about to blow your mind. He's about to blow your mind. Give me 1 second here. All right. Brock Maddox sent me this about a week ago, and I meant to play this on my stream, and I forgot to do that. So Brock, if you're watching, I apologize for not playing this, because this was or Jen sent it to me. I'm sorry, Jen sent it to me. Jen Fredericks, she's awesome. Sends me good stuff all the time. JoJo does that too. JoJo she'll send me stuff every day, right? And I'll watch it once, but if I go back to watch it again, it's gone. I haven't figured out how to download those. Yeah, give me a minute, Marianne. I'll post a link for that. But let me play these two clips back to back here first. You guys are going to find this very interesting. Okay, check this out.
Element 115
Listen,
is
y'all.
a super heavy element. We only just recently synthesized. We only made 4 atoms of it. The craft uses larger quantities of it, 200.
Really quick before we get into this. What color is the sky? On a good day. On a really good day. What color is the sky?
You asking us, Hawk, or the chat?
I'm asking everybody.
Tiffany blue.
Common consensus would be daytime it's going to be blue. Night it's going to be black.
Now, I want you guys to pay really, really close attention to this, because he's going to cover a lot of different things, okay? But especially this particular item, and when you see it, you're going to wondering, is that part of our firmament? Watch, listen, learn.
Element 115
Listen,
is
y'all.
a super heavy element. We've only just recently synthesized, we only made 4 atoms of it. The craft uses larger quantities of it, 223 gram little triangles of it. But it's a unique element. When it's exposed to radiation, it produces its own gravitational field, its own anti-gravitational field, and it's what's used to lift and propel the craft and create distortions around it. It's an amazing material, and it's certainly nothing that occurs here or naturally.
And it can be weaponized, and that's kind of the issue here. If this story is all true, that can be weaponized.
Absolutely. I mean, we ran all kinds of tests on it, everything from atomic absorption, X-ray fluorescence, and every kind of test you could possibly imagine, and bombarded it with radiation to see what effects it would have. They call that neutron activation, but it was a stable element, something we had never seen before.
Hawk, that is Bob Lazar. And Bob Lazar spoke of that element.
Not going to hear this anywhere else. So if you want to know.
Hang on, he's not done. He's not done. That was just the guy had to break this down into 3 clips in order to get it on. So he took and he patched the 3 clips together. So we have to let this finish, because you're going to see something here and you're going to be like, wait.
I just want to quickly say that's Bob Lazar, and he brought up that element years before it was ever on the elemental chart.
Right. Okay. Yes, I know. Yep. But it was, the thing was, we never got to see it. Okay. This is where the interesting part comes in.
Listen to me, y'all. What he's talking about there, y'all, that element 115, you're not going to hear this anywhere else. So if you want to know about it, stick around, follow me, and I'm going to drop more information. I'm not going to put it all in one video. Anyway, what that is, y'all, element 115, just like when you put hydrogen and oxygen together, 2 gases, and it makes water. Element 115 is mixed with oxygen to make sky ice. Look up sky ice. That's what the firmament is made of. So what they're doing is they're mining sky ice from Antarctica. That's why you can't go there. That's why all the elites are up there. That's why the Nazis allegedly were up there during the war. That's what all this is about. That's what it's all about. There's 2 goals. Number 1, they want to deny God. Number 2, they don't want you to know about it. Because think about what he says about that element, and think about free energy and the possibilities and the weaponization of it. That's exactly what this is all about. They're mining, allegedly, my opinion, educational and entertainment purposes only. They're mining that sky ice up there. Trust me, I have a source. I know what I'm talking about. But there's a whole lot more. This is a huge, huge rabbit hole. Y'all that get into this flat earth stuff and all this other stuff, you're going to want to hang around. I've been holding on to this information for a long time. I don't want to target on my back, but you know what? I'm ready to get it out there, but I'm not going to put it on one video. When I get, the more followers I get, the more I'm going to release. I mean, that's just the way this works. So hit that follow button over there, hit the likes, get the comments, hit them comments, and get me up there. Every 100 followers, I'm going to release another nugget. And when I get to 10,000, I'm going to bombard y'all. I'm going to blow y'all's minds if I've not already blown them.
Okay. So we're going to talk about 2 different elements right now. So we're going to talk about 115. Okay. But the other one we're going to talk about is called thorium. Now, you guys remember on the U.S. debt clock just a couple of days ago, there was an image. I think they changed it since then. I'm double checking right now. Yeah, that's the new one. Okay. There were 10 or 8 balls that were on a pedestal down below. Well, the very last element on that table, okay, was thorium. Okay. Thorium can be used to pull the ether out of the air and convert it to energy. What do they need in order to complete that circuit? 115. Okay. With those 2 elements together, thorium and 115, okay, sky ice, they can produce enough electricity, okay, a handful of thorium, a handful of that blue ice, okay, that neither deteriorate, put together, okay, in the shape of a ball, okay, and put into a nuclear reactor, okay, and turned on, can power an entire state. Okay, so think of a softball sized chunk of this sky ice mixed with thorium, okay, is enough to generate free power for the entire world. Okay, I mean, this stuff is like beyond like anything I'd seen before. Okay,
friends with a few of them.
but
They
this
had
is
two different kinds of ice they worked on.
so this is the next part of this. Okay, and you're actually going to get to see it now. Okay, so you know how they've been going up there and drilling for years and years and years and years. Well, this is the thing. They weren't drilling to get regular ice to get a carbon date of the world. They were looking for the sky ice.
Friends with a few of them. They had two different kinds of ice they worked on and studied. This is where it gets interesting. One kind of ice was the normal kind that we've all seen. They took cores of it out of boreholes in the ground. Just like normal ice, it was mostly clear and sometimes white, and it would melt into liquid water if it got warm. The whole area of Antarctica is covered in this kind of ice. But that wasn't their main kind of ice. The only time I ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean, and they said it would mess up their work if they risked letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky. We had to wear a thick, heavy going outside gloves to handle it. The stuff was so cold, it would instantly freeze your skin if you touched it. I don't remember what the temperature he said it was, but it was something like hundreds of degrees below zero, way colder than the normal ice that was outside. He had to carry it in a metal bottle that was kind of like a thermos. He let me play with the piece of it for a while. It felt lighter than a piece of normal ice of the same size, like it wasn't very heavy at all. It almost felt like you could throw it up in the air and it would just float back down. But I didn't try that. And it was
So that's to show you what that sky ice actually looks like. Okay.
Element 115
Listen,
is
y'all.
a super heavy element.
Yeah,
We
I
will
thought you guys would. I thought you guys would enjoy that. You know, because we're going to be seeing things that we're not going to believe. We're absolutely not going to believe.
I was
Like this lady here. Okay, something you might not have ever believed. Let's take a listen to her, see what she's got to say.
I love Jesus Christ. He saved me. I want to tell you something. I'm an old lady, kind of. I'm 55. I was born in San Francisco in 1965. When I was a girl, I was in San Francisco. I was procured and sent to work for a family. There were 3 generations. There was a boy, the boy's mother, and the boy's grandfather. They were coming from Africa. They were white as me. I thought they'd be black. They're coming from Africa. And because of something the boy did. I never told what he did. The boy did something very dark when he was very little. And I was just coming to know Jesus. And Jesus saved me. And anyway, the boy did something very dark. And I never told what he did. And then one day I asked someone in the circle, Imelda, Joaquin's mother. I asked Imelda, I said, is he the Antichrist? I was 13 years old. She didn't even blink. She said, no, but he will present the mark. And when you see him do that, the Antichrist will take the stage.
Hawk, can you turn the volume up a little bit?
That's it.
Now here we are, 40
Okay.
years
All right.
later.
So give me a second. What I'm going to have to do is, so you guys are definitely going to have to make sure you mute your microphones, okay? Because I'm going to be pointing my microphone at the speaker. That's going to be the only way that I can make this louder for you guys. So, yeah. So give me a second to get this set up, and then I'll hit the play button again. Okay. It should be about right there. And speaker pointed at it. Turn the speaker up full blast. Okay. Tell me if you can hear it now.
I love Jesus Christ. He saved me. I want to tell you something.
Way better.
I'm an old lady, kind of. I'm 55. I was born in San Francisco in 1965. When I was a girl, I was in San Francisco. I was procured and sent to work for a family. There were 3 generations. There was a boy, the boy's mother, and the boy's grandfather. They were coming from Africa. They were white as me. I thought they'd be black. They were coming from Africa. And because of something the boy did, I never told what he did. The boy did something very dark when he was very little. And I was just coming to know Jesus. And Jesus saved me. And anyway, the boy did something very dark. And I never told what he did. And then one day I asked someone in the circle, Imelda, Joaquin's mother. Imelda, I said, is he the Antichrist? I was 13 years old. She didn't even blink. She said, no, but he will present the mark. And when you see him do that, the Antichrist will take the stage. So now here we are, 40 years later. Boom, that boy is the star of the world. He's the king of the world, but Jesus Christ is the king of my heart. Okay. The boy's name then was El Elyon, but it's changed over time. But we're 40 years later, and I see that boy everywhere, and the world adores him, but he's the king of Babylon. And I'm going to call you out, choose you this day whom you will serve. Be it God, serve him. Be it the king of Babylon, serve him.
My microphone back, or my speaker back down. Okay. All right. Now you guys can unmute, and then I want you to tell me who she's talking about.
I would say the King Charles.
She's talking about Elon Musk.
Oh, was she? Okay.
Yep.
Hmm.
She was talking about Elon Musk. She was
Well,
his nanny.
Oh, okay, okay.
And what has he been talking about for years? A chip that could, connect everybody. That can, yeah. Elon Musk.
Well, that does kind of make sense, but the way I understand the Bible is, when the Antichrist does come back in. Well, first of all, the guy that is the Antichrist or supposed Antichrist is slain, and his spirit indwells something, which my reading of the Bible, I never could quite figure out what it meant at the time. But now, the way I see it anyway is that his spirit goes into a computer system. Now, Hawk, you know a lot more about the Bible than I do, that's for sure. So I'll let you pick it up from there.
Yeah,
if that's right.
Well, it's the beast. The beast is already here, but the Antichrist is anybody who doesn't believe in God.
But when I guess what I'm getting at is when the leader, whoever that may be, on the world at that time, and he is slain, do you think his spirit goes into the beast system, which I think may be the computer?
Well, that's a good possibility. And if everybody's got a neural link, then everybody becomes, and I mean everybody becomes the Antichrist.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and two.
Oh, they're gonna have to kill me first to plug me into anything.
Yeah.
No shit. I hear you.
Yeah.
We know Christianity with the Bible that we read. People believe differently. I mean, you've got the Buddhas and the different, even in religion, it goes into very many denominations. But when you look at the Egyptians, they believed in reincarnation, that the spirit, Elon, because even in our English with the linguistics and the different manipulations to the words, Elon would have been spelled Elyon, Elyon.
That's what she just said. Yeah.
And if you look up Elyon is a god. So now you're looking at Elon as a god, and he's putting stars in the heaven, Starlink, and he's wanting to put everybody in a hive mind of the God, his God, him as God. They mock our religion.
Yep.
No doubt.
Yep. So, all right, we got another one. Welcome, Slow Country.
Hello, Slow Country.
Thanks, man. Guys,
I had something to show off here but it was a while ago they were talking about in chat, and I could just, with a picture, make a point here.
With a picture, you can make a point.
Yeah. Go ahead and learn.
1,000 words.
That's right. It's kind of a show and tell. You read that?
Oh yeah, reelect that motherfucker. Yep.
You see who signed it?
Yeah, Donald J. Trump.
No, Ted Nugent.
Oh, yeah. I see that now.
Yeah.
I had to show that off. We were talking about him.
All right. Here's our next one. Take a listen to this one. Now, people got mad at me because I read the Book of Enoch. Actually, a couple of us read the Book of Enoch, and then we actually watched another video of the Book of Enoch as well. Take a listen to this.
By the 5th century, the Book of Enoch, which was discovered with the Dead Sea Scrolls, had been removed
Can you
by
guys hear this
man
okay?
from any biblical context.
I hear it fine.
Not to be part of the canon at all. But what if I were to tell you the Book of Enoch was meant, just like many of the Apocrypha and the removed books from the Bible, to be shared and to be learned? The Book of Enoch explains God's creation and all of the mysteries to man, and that is exactly what man does not want us to have. Enoch went into heaven, and he was there for 60 days, touring all 10 of the heavens and actually meeting God face to face himself. God instructed Enoch to write down everything he had been taught and to take his writings back to earth, back to his sons, and to share them with all of man for one very good reason. By teaching man the truth behind the creation, God's creation, and everything he had learned there with God and the angels himself, this would remove any doubt from any man that hands down Yahweh, God, is not only the one true God who created this all, but that in fact, yes, Yahweh, the one true God, is hands down very, very real. I wonder why man decided to remove this all from the canon. Now they can't have man having all that pesky knowledge, now could they? Because with knowledge comes power, and those who sought power took that knowledge away. Now God is the all-knowing God. He knows everything. And even as Enoch was writing these books, God knew eventually man would remove these books and determine them not to be scriptural or part of the canon at one point in life at all. But you want to know what else is cool? Not only did God know that man, power-hungry, controlling man, would try to deem the Book of Enoch as inauthentic and discredit it and remove it from the canon itself, but he also knew something else. He knew one day, many generations later, there would come another generation, and that generation would once again begin to share the knowledge and the secrets of the Book of Enoch. And guess what? That generation? Yeah, that generation is us. Check it out. 2 Enoch, chapter 35. Behold, another generation will arise from their seed much afterward, but of them many will be very insatiate. Do you know what insatiate means? Never, never satisfied. Does that sound familiar? He who raises that generation will reveal to them the scrolls of your handwriting, of your fathers, to them to whom he must point out the guardianship of the world, to the faithful men and the workers of my pleasure, who do not acknowledge my name in vain. And they will tell another generation, and those others, having read, will be glorified thereafter more than the first. We are that generation that God spoke about, that told Enoch one day would come long after, and once again introduce, teach, and spread the knowledge that is shared within the words and the writings that Enoch was instructed by God to scribe, creating, my friends, the Book of Enoch, full of all of the wisdom and the knowledge and the truth behind God, Yahweh's beautiful, magnificent creation, the truth of the fallen angels, the Nephilim, and even the ice wall, and all of the wisdom and truth regarding, right now, the end of days. We are that generation. Knowing that not long after the Book of Enoch would be discovered with the Dead Sea Scrolls, man would discredit it and do everything in their power to make us believe that it was not actually part of the canon, scriptural, or justifiable of being part of God's word. We are the generation that now, here, near the end of days, will be the generation that shares that wisdom with the world once again. Praise God.
I love that one. I love that one. You know, I find many. But that one there really touched me because of the fact that of me, reading the Book of Enoch, and when I tell people about it, they're like, man, that's not in the Bible. That's not. It used to be. It used to be. Now, this here, okay, this is it's a little bit long, 2.5 minutes, but watch what this guy does, and then think about trying this at home. Okay, watch this very closely.
This is the forgotten technology that helped build the pyramids and technology behind UFOs.
Somebody's going to make a match.
People are figuring shit out. You know what I'm saying? People are figuring shit out. I'm telling you, this is freaking awesome, isn't it? To watch that, okay, and watch what he was capable of doing. Now, I got another one for you, okay? People have been talking about, okay, all right, so let's go to here real quick, okay? And I know people talk shit about this all the time. Divine Anunnaki, okay? We never left. Standing right in front of you, you just can't see, right? Okay. Now, I actually have a video that I'm going to play in regards to this website, and I don't necessarily agree with the woman, but I am going to play it, okay? But when you hear this guy and what he's got to say, you're going to understand who one of the Anunnaki is.
Like I say, Anunnaki, in my personal opinion, are still here.
Yeah.
They've never really left. Yeah. I mean, some did flee according to some of the tablets, but it seems as if some stayed here. Some were actually banned from going back to their home planet because they had intertangled with human beings or human women. But I believe that the bloodline still exists. Even the Merovingian bloodline, which is the bloodline coming down from Yeshua, I believe is still on this planet today. And if you
Okay, first thing he said. What did he just say? That the bloodline of Yeshua is still on this planet today. I'm going to play that part again.
Bloodline coming down from Yeshua, I believe, is still on this planet today. And if you look at some of the ancient texts and what it talks about with the Marduk in this pyramid war, Marduk is also known as Amun-Ra.
Okay, so when we say prayers and we say amen at the end of it, guess what? Our prayers are being given to an Egyptian god named Amun-Ra. They're not going to God. Our prayers are going to somebody else. We ask, why isn't he answering us? Why isn't he? You get where I'm going with this?
Absolutely. And I've heard that before, Hawk. Many times in the past, I never could figure out if I believed it or not. I was about 50-50, but thanks for showing this.
I think intention has a lot to do with that. I think if you're aware of it and your intentions are meant for God, then. But yeah, that's some people won't say that, because of what you just played.
Well, he's going to tell you who Marduk became. Okay, pay attention to this part.
And that time of this second pyramid war, he escaped, but he left the kingship and the finances to his Ra Kam, K-A-M, translating into modern terminology as shield.
Catching on? You catching on?
Oh, yeah, but I'm still on that other one. All right, about that serial one. I'm kind of with Navy vet there because I've done a lot of experimentation and I understand electromagnetic stuff. And there's a problem I have with that video. All right, even if you could get everything else to levitate and rotate, what's holding the paper bowl? All right, that's the only thing that stands out really bad to me in that little experiment. There's a whole bunch of real fake, free energy videos out there. I don't know why they make them. I know there's a whole bunch. All right, and when I see those, I immediately call into question, because I do understand how a motor works, the stator and the resistor and everything, the magnetics involved. And the theory of that is kind of okay, except there's problems with it.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. All right. Well, it's I just thought it was cool, so I thought I'd share it.
I know. I just want to put a clause in there, so I feel like
I don't have 4 spoons here. I've only got one.
I do have. That's why I said it's a good way to make a mess.
I don't have any Fruit Loops, and I don't have that many batteries. Okay.
Yeah,
If I have,
I know.
so if you got those supplies at home, try it yourself. That's what
I only have 3 of the 9-volt batteries, and I don't have Fruit Loops.
Just don't use Wheaties. You've seen what happened to Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
I saw pictures of him. He's like he gave up trying to be a chick or something. I just saw recent pictures of him. It's pretty scary. Yeah. Bruce is coming back.
Let's get back into this one now. So he turned over what he turned over his kingship, title, and wealth.
Kingship and the finances to his raw com, K-A-M, translating into modern terminology as shield. And over time, you see that name evolving into Rothschild, Rothschild, and who has the $700 trillion net family worth right now on this planet? The Rothschilds. And so they still run and control this planet. So it's like, in my personal opinion, based on what I've studied and researched. So are they returning? I think they're still here. And I think the invasion has happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. And so we are now in a situation and we have the multitude of 8 billion people on the planet. And we have 100 mysterious families controlling 8 billion people. And so that's why we have these conferences, and that's why we have these talks and these shows and all these events, because we have to unite as one, because it's up to us to take back control of our planet.
Anybody else?
So
hey, y'all play about the last. Can you play about the last 5 to 10 seconds of that again?
How about if I just play the whole minute and 35 seconds again?
That'll
Because all of it really breaks down a whole, yes, Joshua, it was to keep the spoons from moving. So, okay, let's watch it again.
Anarchy, in my personal opinion, are still here.
Yeah.
They've never really left. Yeah. I mean, some did flee according to some of the tablets, but it seems as if some stayed here. Some were actually banned from going back to their home planet because they had intertangled with human beings or human women. But I believe that the bloodline still exists. Even the Merovingian bloodline, which is the bloodline coming down from Yeshua, I believe is still on this planet today. And if you look at some of the ancient texts and what it talks about with the Marduk in this pyramid war, Marduk is also known as Amun-Ra. And that time of this second pyramid war, he escaped, but he left the kingship and the finances to his Ra-Kam, K-A-M, translating into modern terminology as shield. And over time, you see that name evolving into Rothschild, Rothschild, and who has the $700 trillion net family worth right now on this planet? The Rothschilds. And so they still run and control this planet. So it's like, in my personal opinion, based on what I've studied and researched. So are they returning? I think they're still here. And I think the invasion has happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. And so we are now in a situation, and we have the multitude of 8 billion people on the planet. And we have 100 mysterious families controlling 8 billion people. And so that's why we have these conferences, and that's why we have these talks and these shows and all these events, because we have to unite as one, because it's up to us to take back control of our planet.
Anybody else?
If Anunnaki return to Earth, it will be the good ones coming to get rid of the bad ones for us.
Didn't you see the countdown where it says they never left?
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah. Yeah, I just showed that a minute ago. Right here. Define Anunnaki. We never left. Standing right in front of you. You just can't see.
Does that show the thing at the bottom?
The Tweety bird?
No, at the bottom of that page on mine, it showed. Yeah, there it is.
4D gateway.
Yeah, and they supposedly found one of those back during the war with that we have the rock. That's supposedly one of the things they went over there to get was that time machine, basically like that. It wasn't all together. I mean, it didn't have at least the way I saw it, it didn't have a back part to it, but it had the front part. And so that's one of the reasons they supposedly went in was to get that time machine, whatever you want to call that thing.
You guys are talking about Antarctica, and
this is.
I wonder how many people here have Google Earth Antarctica.
What powers the portals?
Plasma.
Sky ice. Why have they been drilling for sky ice all these years?
Oh, and something that goes along with that, Hawk. If you look up Trump's islands, Trump owns several. One of them is in Antarctica.
There's also some islands named after Rothschild and the variants of that plague they released on us, and all kinds of weird stuff over there.
Yeah, there's
Omicron.
Rothschild Island.
Yep. And the name of that's Omicron or Omicron. That's what you're talking about, right, Carl?
Well, there was several different islands right there next to the Rothschild Island. It's like on the coast that's closest to Australia. But also, I've been watching that piece of ground or ice, whatever you want to call it, for years and years. I mean, on Google Earth, when Google Earth first came out, that was one of the first places I went. And I remember watching the landscape change with these strange, I don't know, it's almost like they were hiding stuff there from the get-go, is what I was getting at. There's like big blocks of land or ice or Antarctica that changed. Like they decided to hide that section from us, But this is another thing. I think this was even before the internet that I'd heard about. They discovered a underground water source in Antarctica, a giant lake under a glacier or under the ground there.
Yes.
That would yield more clean water than we could ever use. That was many years ago I heard about that. I don't remember the name of the lake, but at one time I knew it.
I think I shared an article with Hawk about like even in the ocean, there is clean water. It's separated between the salt and the clean water.
Oh, absolutely. Right, John. Right.
Layers. Yep, there's layers.
Yeah.
There's, but what's funny is that one of Cousteau's grandsons, Jacques Cousteau's grandsons, took a submarine down into the ocean and found a hidden lake down there. And when he went to try and enter the lake, he bounced off of it.
Yes, that's basically the same thing.
Yeah, and one of the older scientists is named Picard. He was one of the first ones who took an air balloon.
Picard. That was his name, Picard. I'm sorry, Picard. What was I thinking, Jacques Cousteau?
Well, the father was the one that took the balloon up into the stratosphere
And came back down with nothing but water.
Yeah, and the son built the submarine and went to the depths of the ocean. And that's why, on Star Trek, Captain Picard, they're mocking it. They're mocking it,
Making fun of the guys who wanted to see,
Right.
I know, but 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was one of my favorite shows as a kid. You remember that? Where they had the Nautilus in the flying sub?
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
From the...
Yeah, Hawk. A lot of things like the ancient beliefs and all these things like that up to modern days, there are still people who believe in like the the worship of the sun and different things like that, and the reincarnation of spirits throughout time. And spirits have always existed. And that one link I shared in the private, a Barry Manilow song. If you want to play, well, don't play the sound, but it has the words of it. And if you watch them words that it's talking about, and watch the words and what it says.
When you said Barry Manilow, my head automatically went to at the Copacabana.
I've been alive forever.
Oh.
And then it's going to, and I wrote the very first song.
He's talking about Lucifer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
I put the words and the melodies together. I am music, and I write the songs.
Yes, the way I understand it, Lucifer was the top musician or the head musician in heaven before he got kicked out.
Well, not only that, it goes back to one of the ancient entities called Thoth. They say Thoth is the one who created the alphabet. But the alphabet we know today is not the alphabet of then. And that's like throughout time, our language has changed so much. That's like if you look up today's word and just type the ancient meaning for that word, it tells a whole different story.
Now, this is definitely talking about Satan here. This song.
Let's see. While we're doing this, I'm going to be adding a couple of platforms because Dave is getting ready to come on and join us.
Hawk, have you ever, or have any of y'all ever seen the patent to the TR-3B? The flying saucer?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
There's directions on how to build it.
I'm sorry?
There's even directions, a manual on how to build them.
Oh, yeah. It certainly is.
So I'm going to pause this for a minute, and then I'm going to back this up for a minute. Because, you know, it's kind of funny, you know, how this came up, John, you know, with, but I just added them all right now, Dave, and they're all live right now. I got Rumble, I got Truthcast, and I got X. See you when you get here. Okay, so Dave's going to be joining us in a minute. Yeah, this is kind of strange. Oh, well, that one didn't work. Okay. Maybe it's that one. Try that again. See if it
We're having a pretty
up.
good thunderstorm here, so just in case it knocks me out, so y'all know what happened.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I kind of want to save this for when Dave gets on here, because I think that Dave would find this interesting too. Okay. Well, the only one we get is X for some reason. It won't let me do Rumble. I think there's something with a key or something that has to be changed or something like that. So let's get Dave in. Once Dave gets in here, then we'll get started. And it was good timing that you came in, Slow Country, because you'll be here when they were all active. I'll tell him when he gets here. That way
I appreciate the invite, man. When you sent the email, we were doing a kind of like a family game night. We were playing cards.
Yeah, I believe that you should have time to properly whoop on your child without hindrance. And it's game wise, guys. Game wise. You can't beat your child at a game in front of other people. You got to do it in private. Because you don't want everybody to feel bad for them. You just want them to feel bad.
Oh, I'm not even gonna front, man. My wife kicked all of our butts. She only got me by 30 points, though.
Good for her, though. Good for her. Do it again. Man, it's a. Oh Lord. Okay, still waiting on Dave here.
Slow country, it's good to talk to you. It's been a minute.
Yeah, man, it really has. I'm headed up to Michigan.
Hello, I didn't say hi, but hello.
Hello.
That's
Well, I'm landed now. Last time you come up here, I was all over the place.
The last time I was up there, I was planning on being up there for a week or two, and we only ended up being up there for 4 days. And we left on the 4th day.
Well, you know how to get a hold of me. I'm in one spot now. Rent's paid up till through March, so.
Nice. I'll probably be heading up probably in February, March, somewhere in there.
I am a bit of a gypsy. I'll let you know if it changes.
All right, man. I'll be over in East Dallas.
The way that they did you on the automobile insurance will probably be 6 months before you can put that kind of money together to do that. You know what I mean?
Luckily, the lot I rented is right next door to the upholstery shop I'm sewing at. So if I'm making decent money, it's just, everything costs a lot too.
Right. Yeah, perfectly understandable. It's
easy to get to work. It's really easy to get to work. What's up, Annie Jack? You got a lot of people I haven't been able to say hello to in this chat, man. You got Chris.
Go ahead and say hi to him now. Dave's getting ready to come in, and
we're going to go. We got Michelle Clifford and Travis Joe and Rich and Lisa Anderson and Miss Minder Sue and Dean Reddy and Pat Evans and Jerry Lee and Ricky Hammer and Tammy 621 already said hello to you. Oh, but you got it again. That's as far as I could scroll, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, what Camel said.
Yep, that goes for me too.
Yeah,
me too.
I see nothing. Oh no, it's I hear nothing. No, he did say I see nothing. Okay.
Yeah. He said both. I see nothing. I hear nothing.
And Jen, I see Jen now.
He's coming in any second now because I just sent him the code that he needed. So
now they're all saying hello to me that I didn't catch. Then I got Mare in there, and there's Karen Reese. This could go on for a while. You ever try to type hello to everybody in a chat, Hawk?
Well, I type hi, everyone. It just makes it easier. You say it one time, and if somebody missed it, you can always respond with, I said hi.
Now there's Barb and Vicky and William, and it just goes on and on and on. And you can type a lot in a chat.
Or what you do is you make a picture on your phone with the words, hi, everyone, so that your little avatar is always saying hi.
Well, I'm the world's worst typist. It takes me forever to type hi.
I used to be dangerous when I had a keyboard. Everything I do is on this phone now.
Oh, stop it. He doesn't want you French kissing him. Knock it off.
I can't do nothing on a phone. I tried to send Hawk a message, and I sent it to him 3 times.
One of the puppies is trying to get some love from Dad. The problem is his dad doesn't want his tongue in his mouth.
Well, what changed, Hawk? I mean, I'm just joking with you, brother.
Boy, he's a boy.
I got
if
you.
it's the girls, Baron doesn't have a problem with it. It's when the boys try to do it that he just. I think he takes it personal. All right, and I think he is with us. Dave, are you with us?
Hey, brother, I am with you.
Right on.
Hey,
you got us at a very interesting time. I got to tell you, It's we were just decoding who and what a particular song is about.
What song?
Oh, I'm gonna pull it up on screen, okay? And I want you to tell me.
Okay. First of all,
okay. Now there's not gonna be any music. It's just gonna be the lyrics.
Okay.
Okay.
First of all,
Because
Hawk,
we don't want to get a copyright.
hello, and who all we got? I'm driving, so I can't. Who all's with us tonight?
Okay, we got Camel Carl is with us. Carl is a full-grown seamstress, expert with canvas and stuff like that. Then we got John Dunning,
Seamster, Hawk.
Seamster. I'm sorry, Seamster. Then we have John Dunning, who is a grandpa and a researcher. Then of course we got Ronnie York, also known as Ronnie Cash.
Hey, Ronnie.
Hey, Dave.
We have Slow Country.
Hey.
Myself, and now you complete the circle.
Fantastic. What a great crew you've assembled here tonight. Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Oh, Dave.
Very good. How are you, Dave?
I'm doing okay. Just so excuse me if may seem a little scattered as I'm driving, but I think we're going to be able to make this pull this off. So Hawk, please continue.
So I'm gonna pull up these lyrics on the screen, and you're driving. That's perfect. So I will recite the lyrics, and then I want you to tell me who this song is really about.
Okay.
It starts off with a great musical introduction, which you don't get to hear. Oh, somebody's got their YouTube on. I've been alive forever. And I wrote the very first song.
Barry Manilow.
I put the words and the melodies together.
I can name that tune in 5 notes.
I am music, and I write the songs. Now, I want you to put Barry Manilow completely out of your mind.
Okay.
And tell me who that song is about.
God.
Close.
Lucifer.
And why is it a what
Lucifer was the
what tells
first
you that?
musician. And he was thrown out of heaven.
Oh, okay. All right.
He
So
brought
that's
music to
interesting.
the earth.
Would you not So where's that from? This is the first time I'm learning this, but I've learned a lot about the Bible from you.
Yeah, John Dunning. Let me. Yeah, I don't know why I'm echoing. It's coming from Dave though.
Let me see.
Oh, Dave, you got me on your speaker thingy in the car.
Yes. Okay. So, all right. So let me see if I can. Yeah, I do. So I think I can take it off. Let me do that. I'll just take it off if that's causing the distance here.
Oh, that's where you're getting 2 of me.
Okay. How about now?
That's good.
Okay,
So basically, Lucifer, upon creation, was given music. He was the author of music in heaven.
Okay.
So when he was thrown out of heaven, what did he bring with him to earth? Music. And basically, Barry Manilow, in his first big hit because this was his first big #1 hit. Basically told you that that music was the devil.
Well, just an added little tidbit on this. Barry Manilow didn't write that song.
Okay.
I don't know who did. You guys could probably look it up. Might be like a Burt Baccarat or something. But at any rate, that's interesting. Now, I don't know. I'm not pretending to know who he's talking about, but when it comes to the musician, if God gave Lucifer music, I would call him the first musician. However, I'm not protesting or trying to say that's who he was talking about.
Yeah.
But I just can't think of the words to the song.
Okay.
But that's
Bruce
very interesting.
Johnston. Bruce Johnston of the Beach Boys is the guy who wrote it.
Okay. What's his name again?
Bruce Johnston.
Bruce Johnston. I think he was one of the writers for the Beach Boys, not one of the performers.
It says
Is that correct?
I Write the Songs was written by Beach Boy Bruce Johnston in 1975 while on a brief hiatus from the surf rock group.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see if it gives more information.
But that's very interesting. That's what do you guys make of that? What were you saying?
Well, because of the fact that, because a lot of times our conversations end up going religion based, our belief in God and so on and so forth. That in that song, it wasn't necessarily about it. I mean, it talks about love, because it talks. I write the songs to make a young girl cry, I make I write the songs. What was it? Special things. What was it? I put the words in the melody.
Well, before you ruin the song for me forever, let's.
Okay.
I got to tell you, Dave, real quick. I just want to let you know that Racha in chat says that the Snedheads are here, and he wanted you to know that.
Oh, awesome! Hey, Snedheads, what's happening? I miss you all, and I hope I didn't have a chance to get any word out about this. So, apologies to all those who are going to have to, check this out, not live.
Well, I look at it like this. It's Dave. With everything going on with you, every opportunity that you have to get on and share some time with the people, even if it's only 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever, or like the last one, we went 4 hours. I think that they're grateful for all that time. They really are, and believe me, they let me know
awesome,
that
Thank
so
you. Thank you for
and
that.
it's just today alone, a lot of people are still catching up on your video on the Facebook side, or on that last one we did, and I'm getting messages all day, every day. Hey, let Dave know, I said hi, or thank you for having Dave on.
Cool.
Thanks, thanks for bringing him back and everything. And I didn't bring him back. It wasn't me who did it. I was just the instrument that was used to, pick up the phone and say, hey, God needs you working. And you came, you answered the call, and that's what's important. Time will prove everything out. Everything will work out for the best. But at the same time, that things have to be worked on, a message still has to go out there, and and a lot of times you're the best one to deliver that message. So,
thank you for that. Thank you. I sent that last show we did to Balls, who's he's got a channel on Rumble, and he just redoes Nino's stuff, and he gives me credit and the whole bit, and sends people to my Give Send Go, and stuff like that. So I reached out to him. I just said, hey, thanks for sharing the video, and so I sent him ours because he's got tens of thousands of views on my stuff, and so I said I sent him, told him about you and said we did a show, and he got back, and I can't find the message anymore, but he said, dude, you got 4 shows here. Why don't you just put out like an hour for each day and just fill the days? And I thought, well, that's not a bad idea. But he also doesn't know our audience is probably, the Seeds and the Sneds are probably the longest running listeners of programs for quite, across the internet. So
yeah,
they're used to 4 hours. They're like, what, was Dave tired? 4 hours.
Exactly.
Well, what did Hawk have to let the dogs out? What
Yeah.
what's going on? So
and that's the thing, but that's part of this process in bringing all the truthers back. I end up spending 90% of my time is putting their content back on here where it belongs. Only 10% of it is me running off at the pie hole, going on a rant or whatever, and they appreciate my rants, but it's the idea that they have one location that they're coming to, and when they have questions, I'm not the only person answering. There's a lot of people in chat from both the Sned heads and from the
we got all that down. We're veterans in this game, brother. We
exactly
all that.
Exactly.
You've been
Dave, you don't even know it, but I bet you have. Dave, you don't even know it, but I've listened to at least a couple 100 hours of you talking.
Is that right? Who's talking now?
This is Camo Carl, and that's true. I watched your show a long time.
Thank you, man. Thank you. What?
Where's Susie Snedhead? That's the one Sned I've known the longest. I've known her a couple of years at least.
Susie Snedhead, is that right?
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, she's awesome.
I don't think she's missed a podcast since it's been almost 2 years.
Wow.
If not a little bit longer.
Wow, that's amazing.
Every single one. That's without
awesome.
fail. Yeah.
Hey, y'all mind if I ask Dave a question right quick? This is Ronnie, Dave.
Hey, Ronnie.
How you doing tonight, my friend?
Doing okay, brother. How you doing?
I'm fine. Hey, I've watched at least some. I didn't get to see all the video because I was sick last week and falling asleep and waking up and falling asleep and waking up. But the one you did with Nino, and my question is, at least when I first got in, you were discussing, that I believe it was 1958 when Russia sent the Sputnik up.
Yeah, and hey, Ronnie, just so I have the context, you cut out when you said who I was on with.
Oh, it was Nino.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
And anyways, the Sputnik went up, and they found out that there was a dome up there, firmament, whatever you want to call it. But and you were talking about that I don't know if it was us, Russia, or maybe the two had sent nuclear missiles up to try to nuclear missiles up to try to bust through it, and they failed.
Yes.
And believe me, I'm not arguing this point one way or the other. I just want your opinion on it. Is why do you think that that Musk rocket was able to bust it when those two nuclear bombs couldn't?
Well, I'll tell you, that's a great question. And and let me just first say, whatever that comes out of my mouth right now is pure speculation. In terms of, actually trying to answer, what the hell goes on up there, in terms of like, me sitting down here, right? So, here's what I think. Couple things. One, the both didn't have the power. I think that the power to get the nuclear device like in a rocket. I don't know if they went all the way up. The fishbowl, Operation Fishbowl, if you guys look that up, that what you'll find is that they shot, they released them out of airplanes and on parachutes, and so they were far away from the firmament. I don't think they got that high, Ronnie. I could be wrong, but I know that a few were delivered with rockets, but most of them were parachuted.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I don't think they actually touched it. The other thing is, what you'll notice when you watched, you saw me show that video that showed it closing back up. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So think about, and my explanation was that if you get, I was saying that to that if you get punched, you sometimes you want to take that blow, right? You want to, so that it lessens the punch, right? If you fight that blow, that's going to knock you the hell out, right?
Be like water.
What's that?
Be like water.
Yes.
As Bruce Lee would say.
Exactly. So now what I think happened with Musk is the puncture was a needle or the Bruce Lee, 1-inch punch possibly. Right.
Ooh, you're good.
And the nuclear explosion, I think, was probably more like, falling on your bed.
Okay, got you.
Okay, because the impact spreads across. That's the best explanation I've got for that.
That's a darn good one, Dave. And my only comment would be, and this is just a comment on my part, is that, when you showed where the rocket supposedly burst the dome. I mean, who knows if it actually did or not? But if it did, then to me, it was certainly God that healed that thing back up. Because I mean, it done it almost instantaneously.
Well, I mean, it goes back to the musician. Who's the first musician? Well, if God made Lucifer, and so but I love that I never knew that Lucifer was a musician. So that's totally news to me. So I love this, learning that whole thing.
Yeah, he was.
But if I got cut tonight, I would heal. And I thank God, hey, whatever, thanks for but my body is healed. My body's doing the healing, but God created my body. So God's doing the healing. So God created the firmament, and he created it in such a way that he knew it would have to heal itself.
He knew some dumbass was going to try to bust through it sometime.
He knew Lucifer was going to try to make it back up. Now listen, I got on earlier and I heard that woman. I'm glad, Ronnie, you asked for a louder version of that. But I listened to that woman talk about Musk, That's very interesting. Did she said he's not the woman told her he's not the Antichrist. He's a marker for it.
He's the guy who's going to present the mark of the beast.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to present the mark, but that does make him the Antichrist, correct?
No, he'll be like the second in command or something like that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. I mean, obviously, Neuralink the whole bit, but and I'm not a fan of Musk, and I think he's just being used by the white hats.
Yeah.
And the white hats have shown us that, I think, just with his profile pic and just with who he was and the people that are awake. By the way, Oprah tonight.
Oprah. What happened to Oprah?
I'm gonna guess no. Well, there's a rumor. If you would you mind looking at? Would you mind pulling up my Twitter and you might want to play that. But you might want to, if you guys want to finish on this firmament thing, we can. But I think you might want to see that.
Okay. Okay. I see one here with a. Okay, so let me click on your name.
And I'll tell you, you know what? You don't have to look at the videos, but I'll tell you what's on them.
Take this with a grain of salt, as it's not the first time rumors of her arrest have surfaced. Remember during the pandemic, but yeah.
I just want to set this up. I didn't do that properly. There's supposedly news of Oprah's arrest in Switzerland today.
I've heard that.
So go ahead, please restart, Hawk. Sorry.
All right. Oh no, that's not a problem. Actually, why don't I go ahead and play both of these videos real quick? Here. Let me pull these up. Here we go.
One is a subtitle, I think, and it's hard to understand. And then the other one is just the article about her being arrested, so they're not really necessary. I mean, you could play them, but the second one is just going to be the story of the thing. And I want to be able to. I don't want to. And you could play them later if you don't mind, because I'm limited with my time, and I don't want to spend it.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want me to just read your thing?
Please, yeah.
Okay. All right. So he said in his tweet, he says, take this with a grain of salt, as it's not the first time rumors of her arrest have surfaced. Remember during the pandemic? Did you know Harvey Weinstein was a dirty piece of shit when you were buying tickets to his movies? Did you know Bill Cosby was a piece of shit when listening to his albums or watching The Cosby Show? Did you know John of God was a piece of shit when she was interviewing him as her spiritual leader? How about her Reverend Wright and the members of the Chicago gay mafia, whose firsthand accounts of Barack Barry Soetoro Obama and Big Mike for Senate were silenced permanently? All, it has turned out, is not what it seems. 2024 will be vastly different than any year of our life. All is being exposed at a pace that does not benefit the awake, but rather attempts to salvage the mind and soul of the asleep. Going forward with 99% of the population in straitjackets in padded rooms is not the future we want. So the burden of patience for the time being befalls firstly on the innocent victims. May God bless and keep them. and far secondly on those who are already awake to the heinous actions by those we trusted the most. Oprah first. Arrest, I've always said Hillary or Obama based on the information throughout Q. Oprah brings them both down. We've been financing our own demise. We won't realize to what extent until it's all said and done.
What do you think about, the possibility, right,
Of her turning and dropping the names?
And when you look at the amount of people that are going to look at that and say, "Oh, wow, that's just a conspiracy," or anybody that espouses this is just a wing nut. It's Oprah. It's like, well, folks, it was Weinstein. It was Good Will Hunting. It was all the great movies of the 90s were coming out of New York City, and the Weinstein brothers, and and I was 5 feet away from him in Cannes at the Hotel du Cap, and I wanted to meet the guy, and it ended up meeting, what's his name, who I don't like, the guy that was in Good Will Hunting, Affleck. But it's like everybody wanted to meet him in that room. He was the guy. And but nobody knew what was going on behind the scenes unless you were behind the scenes. And all these people, John of God was healing people through these crazy methods he was doing, but he was abusing people. Reverend Wright was denouncing America in the heartland of it. And all these people, what's so hard to believe that Oprah Winfrey, with her school and with everything we know, why is it so hard to believe that she could go down? Of course, I'm not asking you gentlemen, I'm asking, those who are not okay with that, or those who are not open to that possibility. And it's just like the lesson of October 7th and the attack on Israel. To me, the lesson there is not how bad Hamas is, or how bad Israel and Mossad are for creating Hamas and funding Hamas, and how bad we are for funding Israel, which funded Hamas. And the lesson there was that this was a false flag. Whether you knew it happened, whether they knew it was going to happen beforehand, or they orchestrated it, it gave them what they wanted. And the Khazarian mafia is not any more concerned with Palestinian lives than it is Israeli lives, or vice versa.
That's why I'm just against anybody who will attack the innocent. That's where I just leave that.
What's that?
I said I'm just against anybody who would attack the innocent, period. That's where I just leave that.
Exactly.
But I got to say, shout out for the mods, Lisa Anderson and Antiat Jack, for always dropping everybody's links and stuff. They're in this chat working their butt off, and they deserve a shout out.
Awesome. What are their names again?
Lisa Anderson and Antiat Jack. There's a few other mods, but some of the mods are on the panel right now too, though.
Very cool. Thank you. So yeah, that anyone who harms the innocent, but the propaganda is trying to sway our opinion about who that actually is. And so the lesson for October 7th isn't picking sides. It's understanding that these false flags are used to incite division.
Yeah. And you got somebody in chat asking, what is a false flag?
Well, any action, if any action that or event that creates support for an agenda you already have in mind. So the U.S. wanted to get into Vietnam. So what did they do, Hawk?
They created a whole bunch of things.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Well, yeah, Ronnie, they faked that the USS Maddox got fired upon in the Gulf of Tonkin.
Absolutely.
And for those that were doing their homework, we know that those boys who got off that ship in San Diego were interviewed by the San Diego newspaper at the time, and they asked, what was it like to get fired upon? And they said, we weren't fired upon. They didn't even know they were part of this operation. And then we find out much later with McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, on his deathbed, who said, we were never fired upon. That was used as a false flag to get into the Vietnam War.
They had attempted the same goal with extending the war by having a naval war games off of the coast. They moved it 8 miles farther off the coast, and they had hoped to bring in more ships because of it. And they sunk the USS Frank E. Evans. And because there were survivors, they weren't able to blame the Vietnamese for it. Because at that point there, they were going to blame the Vietnamese working with the Cambodians, and they sunk that USS Frankie Evans, but 60 members of the crew survived.
I never knew that story. Thanks for sharing that.
Good friend of mine, Bill Tebow, was on that ship.
Wow.
And he still goes around today because of the fact that now Vietnam wasn't a war, it was a police action.
Yeah.
Okay. The escalation to war would have happened if those 60 shipmates did not survive. There were 180 that died, but 60 of them survived and basically said, no, it was an Australian naval ship that cut us in half. And the naval captain of the Australian ship was part of the British Navy.
Part of the U.S. Navy?
No, the British Navy.
Oh, wow. Wow. So that's an example of a false flag. And so if Israel wants to level Gaza, they're going to be seen as horrible humans, even animals. But if they create an event that makes Hamas look like animals, not that Hamas hasn't done things in the past to make themselves look like animals, but listen to the languaging that the Zionists are using that was used against them in World War II. Animals. Because once you delegate a human being to an animal, then the things that you do to we eat animals. We domesticate animals. We shoot animals. We do horrendous things to animals.
Good points, Dave. Good points.
Thank you. And so they they diminish the human by calling them an animal. And immediately our brain goes to, oh, they're animals. They're acting like animals. We must treat them like animals. And so if they were to do that without having Hamas do what they did, the whole world would immediately step in and say, no, this isn't going to work. You're not going to kill these people anymore. Although we haven't been stepping in and stopping them from doing that. And they've been doing it for a very long time. But that's a whole nother show. It's a whole nother conversation. But my point of this whole thing is that they were able to garner support behind the whole world. And one of the things that I've been telling people, listen to the people that you listen to. What are they saying about Israel? Are they justifying the level of attacks that Israel is performing on Gaza and innocent civilians? Are they justifying that? If they're justifying that, and you're okay with that, I would just ask you to look deeper. Look at the history of false flags in the world. The Reichstag, the Lusitania, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, USS Maddox, weapons of mass destruction. All of those things, all of those, the events that were created so that they could push forth their agenda. This is why I knew about the pandemic before it happened, because I was a part of a pandemic in California that took away our religious exemptions. And then they had a measles event at Disneyland in Southern California. 14 people got the measles, which hadn't killed anybody in years. And all of a sudden it's a pandemic. And so they have to take away all of those who are medically exempt from vaccines. And they had already taken away those who were religiously exempt. They took away our right to say, I'm not going to put pig fetus in my body. I'm not going to put aborted fetal tissue DNA in my body. I'm not going to put aluminum, mercury, thimerosal in my body. They took away our religious exemption. I was fighting for my daughter. And then they took away our medical exemption. They're telling me I can't talk to my doctor. And then the doctor that did give us a medical exemption, because no one's touching my daughter, they gave me this doctor that gave me a medical exemption, they went after him. He's the bad guy now. Okay. I experienced this. I was fighting for medical freedom in California for many, many years. And after they took away our religious and then our medical, I saw those two steps being taken to control the children, because at that point you can't get an education, you can't play sports, you can't go to concerts, you can't do this, and this unless you're vaccinated. So which tore apart the school we were at, which was a Waldorf school, because the Waldorf school was created by Rudolf Steiner in the 30s in Germany for the Waldorf cigarette manufacturers' children. They wanted the finest education they could get. They brought in Rudolf Steiner, born in 1871 in Austria, a savant, a brilliant man. And he said in 1917 that they will introduce, through the medical field, they will introduce the vaccine that will separate the human from spirit. He talked about the mark of the beast in 1917. And so his schools that people went to, because they were like, yeah, this guy, he's really on to something. Not only did he create biodynamic farming, which we need to do at the planetary model, not only did he look at education and say, we can't teach kids what to think, we got to teach them how to think, and we have to meet them at their developmental level of their age that we know historically is the case. And we have to meet them at that level. And so instead of trying to get these kids to read before kindergarten, like China does to its slaves, Waldorf doesn't recommend a child starts to read until like the age 7, 8. The first time my daughter was taught a letter, it was a K with the king standing with a sword in the shape of a K, because they taught through the right brain, through the imagination. And so instead of learning to spell dragon at the age of 5 or 6 or 4, that child is still imagining a dragon, not worried about how to spell the damn thing, not worried about, does the R go before the A, and how do I spell the A? And that's all left brain. That's all rote. That is all analytical behavior. It's not creative. And so even though the Waldorf children read later, their comprehension is much higher once they begin to read. And so this education, well, that was destroyed through this whole vaccination thing, because now you've got a school where most parents don't vaccinate because they've studied Steiner. So I experienced that false flag to push forth an agenda that was accepted by the sheep, the masses. And once they had the children, and I knew California and New York are models for the rest of the country, I said, they've got the children, they've got the model down. Now they're going to come for the adults. They'll create a pandemic, and they'll follow it up with forced vaccination, which will mean death.
Well, come and get some. I tell you what, Dave, I got to tell you, I'm 6 decades into this game here, and I've never had any injection in my body in my entire life, except for whatever they did to me when I was born. All right, that little scar there. I don't like no needle, which is ironic because I sew, but I don't have anything to do. Nobody's going to inject me with nothing, man. All right, I haven't worn a mask. I don't use pharmaceuticals at all. I haven't even been to a doctor since 1984. All right. I haven't taken any precautions. How long has this been going on? Why am I not dead? If this was such a deadly thing, how is it that I'm still unaffected by this plague? It's all bullshit.
Because your body is the most amazing thing possibly ever created, the human body. It is just a magnificent work of art that creates itself. Think about that a minute. The human body creates itself. It recreates its own cells, its skin cells, its brain cells, a new human. And some asshole in a white lab coat with a stethoscope that is as old as 200 years old is going to tell me that they know better than I do about my own body or my child's body? Fuck you. Get fucked, you pieces of shit.
I will stick a needle in somebody's eye. They try to jab me with something. I'm still healthy enough to do it.
Well, that's what it takes, and that's what we're up against. And no matter where it comes from, it's like, here's why I'm not crazy about talking about talking about Musk and the coming, what do you call it? The mark of the beast. We already got it. We already got it. Not all of us, but
well, I have my soul. My soul's intact, right where it needs to be.
yeah, I believe that this jab was the mark of the beast. We went over this on my shows. We were going down this rabbit hole over and over and over again with the Bill Gates, with the 666 patent number, with the luciferase. This is already done. Now, here's the
You're
thing.
giving me flashbacks, Dave, because you have answered or responded to my comments in your chats before. I think we've been on this discussion in the past.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised, right? If you've heard that, we've had interacted. If you've heard me that long, we've had.
I showed a video just last night of a guy. His family owned I can't remember the name of the company now. It's a food company, but he was saying that even if you haven't took the jab, you have been jabbed through the food.
I haven't. Be real careful with what I eat, Ronnie.
Chef Boyardee.
Chef Boy, okay, thank you, Hawk.
Yep, I saw
But
that.
I'm real careful with what I eat too, Ronnie. I quit fast food and McDonald's, all that stuff, years and years ago. I don't eat. I buy local and I eat good stuff, and I'm really hip on the organic stuff. So I've been like this for years, But
Well, all I'm saying is, that for most of us, if you're eating organic stuff like that, most likely not. But if you eat anything, that's processed in any way, and not even necessarily processed, well, according to him, you're going to be jabbed whether you know it or not. I'm just passing on what he said, and he said his family owned. He owned that part of that company.
Can I just say something on that that just came to me? I mean, I've thought about it before, but just see what they're gonna get us one way or another. I'll tell you that flat out. It's like, Hawk's shown that woman and saying, okay, it's a Neuralink. Well, guess what? How about those of us that didn't trust the jab because we didn't know what was in it, but want to preserve our minds forever? Maybe maybe they get us that way. Maybe the people that are like, I'm not taking that jab, but let me go get some McDonald's. They're getting them that way. Now you go and you buy an organic apple at Costco. It's got a peel on it, which was created by Bill Gates. We got to be really careful. The bottom line here is
you can learn the code, Dave. Here, I don't know about in Canada and all that, but in the States,
yeah,
organic food, they have stickers like on a banana. All right,
yeah.
There's different numbers that stand for a different thing. There's a few different stickers. Only one of them means organic.
Right. And so if you think about this, we've got to stop dodging the bullets like Neo. And we just got to stop them from coming, because we're not going to dodge them all. We've got to stop. We got to go to the source.
Yeah, I think they've been water, food, air, everything.
Dave, I'll tell you what, I grew up with this group of hippies and non-veterans, when I was young up in northern Michigan. And even far back as then, they were against things like the store-bought shampoos and deodorants and certain products that people just lather all over themselves. You don't even know what that chemical is. And it makes a guy think. You read a box of cereal and you need a lab coat to decipher it. There's something wrong. They've been slowly shortening our lifespan, I think, for a long time. It's a form of population control, I'm convinced.
It's a slow Garden of Eden. It's a slow kill. What were you going to say, Ronnie, earlier?
I don't remember. I'm sorry, Dave. I was listening to you guys and totally forgot.
That's a spraying right there. That's
oh, I was saying that they've poisoned our air, water, and food. So it's almost impossible to get away from it. No matter how hard you try, how good you live.
Yeah.
They have been getting us one way or the other.
Yeah.
One of the good deep dives to take is on something called PFAS. It's a forever chemical. Rockefeller's come up with it a long time ago, and like the term says, forever chemical, and it's in our water, air, ground, food.
Yeah, I think I'm too biased for this conversation, John. I am here right by Flint, Michigan, and all, just north of Detroit, and near where all the PCB happened in the 70s, and they had to bury tens of thousands of cows. I think, Michiganders are kind of biased. We've seen it.
I mean, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I was just going to say that Michigan's been getting fucked for decades and decades. What's changed? Who had the water problem a few years ago? Nothing's changed. And these are the people that have been getting shit on for decades. And by the way, folks, we've been neutered, man. Our balls have been cut off of us.
Yeah.
Literally.
And that is part of it. They were weakening us through all of these things. But we've been neutered. We're impotent. We're allowing them to get away with this shit. How about taking all the manufacturing out of Michigan and turning Detroit into a third world country?
Look, there's somebody here in chat says Lee Smith says that she's in the middle of Texas, or he. I can't tell. But in the middle of Michigan, that's Midland, Michigan, is where Dow Corning was, their main headquarters. That's where that spill happened. They poisoned so much water that there's a giant landfill just filled with cows they had to kill because they drank the water. That was in the mid 70s.
Yeah. So I mean, look at what's happening. Look at the Rust Belt. Look at New England. Look at Cleveland. Look at Pittsburgh. Look what happened to these places. Allentown. And the best we can do is write songs about it. We've been so weakened with the drip, drip, drip of the indoctrination over decades and decades and decades that now we're a bunch of pussies.
So now we got another go, Dave. Until we stand up to all this countrywide and maybe worldwide, nothing's going to change. I don't know what it's going to take, but we're going to have to stand up one way or the other, all together. Not a piece here and a piece there. We all got to stand up together at some point.
Yeah, I think no matter what panel you're on, it always comes to this where we have to do whatever it is together. Because it's kind of like we've been swimming out in the ocean, and now we find out that we're out in the middle of the ocean swarmed with sharks,
Yeah.
And it's like, what do we do? Do we try to go forward? Do we try to go backwards? But whatever we do, we got to do it together.
Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat.
Now I feel like I got to warn the people that say they're here in Michigan, because there's another one. The Rouge River has been poisoned for over 100 years. But then there's like the Clinton watershed. In the 80s, I saw a chemical incendiary plant blow up, and it killed. Both sides of the Clinton River, all that swampland, all them trees, there wasn't a living insect, amphibian, fish, nothing was alive in there. All right. And it was like that for a long time. And now people just kayak through there like it's nothing. I just can't. Michigan's being horribly treated.
We've lost. We never had. First of all, so let me totally. I was completely wrong. We never had control of the information. That's what's changed. That's the only thing that is going to change.
Well, speaking of information, let me share this with you.
Oh, we're just waiting on that.
A community rates low on an information scale when the press, radio, and other channels of communication are controlled by only a few people, and when citizens have to accept what they're told. In communities of this kind, despotism stands a good chance. See how a community trains its teachers.
Bear this in mind. Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. This business about open-mindedness is nonsense. It's a waste of time trying to teach students to think for themselves. It's our job to tell them.
And when teachers put such training into practice, despotism stands a good chance. These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact?
And so we aren't surprised when...
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
And if books and newspapers and the radio are efficiently controlled, the people will read and accept exactly what the few in control want them to. Government censorship is one form of control. A newspaper which breaks a government censorship rule can be suspended. It is also possible for newspapers and other forms of communication to be controlled by private interests.
I thought I told you to kill that story. It'll cost us a lot of advertising.
If that story goes out, I quit.
All right.
So right there, it basically tells you exactly what they have done to today.
What's that from, Hawk?
Well, Slow Country sent it to me, and I believe that it was the video was called actually it was information is all it says across the screen. But yeah, it was clips of some type of educational program from the 1950s.
That was perfect timing on that drop, buddy.
Yeah, well, I knew you were pulling in, and you were going to have to get out of the car and everything else. So I figured, there's what better timing, right?
No, I'm good. I'm not leaving anytime soon. But I have to get to sleep soon. Going to be up for church early tomorrow, but not early, but 9:30. But what do you guys want to talk about, or you have any questions for me before I go? I mean, I probably got like at least a half an hour.
I have one real quick, Dave. It was for everybody. What do you guys think about the armada, or whatever you want to call it, that our country's been trying to assemble over in the Mediterranean? I think it is either the Red Sea, where they, last I heard anyway, the Navy was saying that they couldn't get enough ships over there to patrol the area, right? And so the Houthis were more or less had open season, I'll tell you what it tells me. It tells me that something has happened with NATO, and I've got my own opinions on it, but I'd like to hear you guys if y'all have heard of that.
Well, my personal opinion is that the corporation here is attempting to use NATO as a means to regain control of specific areas that they need to maintain over there. And I think that a war started with NATO would place the U.S. in jeopardy of any of the NATO countries if we got involved, so we think about these military aged people coming across our southern border. some paid for by the UN. How do we know some of them aren't paid by NATO? Because NATO is in all these different countries, you know. But I think that with the drop that came out earlier today with in regards to Hunter Biden's direct connection to a laboratory that handled a certain C19 in a place called CYNA or CHYNA, Ukraine. That was just released today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting to see another indictment come down tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally waiting to see another indictment come down or an arrest.
Well, let me tell you what I think about the thing with NATO over there, and it's strictly my opinion, but this is after a lot of looking, I'll put it that way, and that is that with the Ukraine thing that happened 2021, whenever it started, 2020, I guess it was. I think that NATO was totally taken down, and that's why they can't get any ships over there to help them out. And this is the way I think that they're releasing it to us. It's always one of those soft releases.
Well, 90% of their funding came from the United States. When Trump went into office is when he said, you guys are going to start paying your fair share. Mm-hmm. And you know damn well that as soon as Trump was out of office, they all went right back to paying nothing and leaving it all on the United States.
Well, absolutely. But my point is that they, whatever the reason was, they were all over there, at the time of in the last few years, more or less had, Russia surrounded there where Norway and all of them are. But I think they were all taken down at that time. Not the complete NATO, but so much of them that they can't mount in enough ships together now to go what they want to do in Israel. What they want to do in Israel.
Basically, what you're saying is they can't mount an offensive maneuver because of the fact that they've been stymied, basically cut off at the knees or gelded.
That's
like
it.
A stallion,
I had a question for Dave. I'm pretty sure I've asked him this before in his chat, and I just want to know what the answer to everything is, Dave.
Nothing.
Well, there's an answer. There's an answer.
No,
hey, I'm gonna have.
He's actually just gave you the right answer, Carl.
Well, what the answer is 42, Dave. That's what I was going to have to convey to him. Is there's a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, and that question comes up, and the answer is 42.
Well, I was going to say Jackie Robinson, which would have been kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Wasn't he 42?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, those connections.
Well, I tell you, it's funny that you asked that question, but it's also I gotta tell you where I went and I when you asked me on tonight, Hawk, I just thought what do I want to leave people with? Like what's the one thing? Because you just wanted to just connect with people because people are like, like the reason we're doing this is to help people out, help each other out, and try to bring our minds together and figure out some shit. But what I noticed when Ronnie and Hawk went off talking about NATO, nothing that was said was wrong. But I almost envisioned, almost pictured you both falling into the indoctrination, like falling into the matrix almost. Like, hey, listen, we need to talk about NATO and these ships in the Mediterranean. So let's plug in, right, to the matrix and talk about this. And the thing that kept coming back to me was, this is all a show.
Well, I agree with that.
That we're just, but part of the show is to show the people that don't know it's a show how impotent our military is under Biden in that particular scenario. Like, throw all the details, all the nitty gritty, throw that out the window. The bottom line here is for those who are awake, we know it's a show, to wake up the people that don't know it's a show. And we're getting pissed off, and that's what I mentioned in that tweet. I can't remember what I said, but something to do with patience. I don't know if you have that handy, Hawk, but the burden of patience that we have.
The longer you've known about all this corruption and evil going on, the more excruciating it is to have to see it all play out like this. That's what that is.
Yes.
It's like the longer you've known, the more it hurts.
And that's why I said, the first victims are the innocent that have been harmed physically, mentally, emotionally, sexually by not just the enslavement of humanity, but also with the just I lost my train there. I had it.
Sorry, Dave.
No, it's all right. It's just that the humanity is being exposed to this just absolute top level of ridiculousness across the board. And so those of us who have been awake, and you're talking about 6 decades, you were awake. I mean, it is excruciating. So that's why I said that first and foremost, the victims of these crimes against humanity, the victims of the enslavement across the board, whether they're alive or dead, the victims, God bless them, they're the ones that are taking the brunt of this, and those who are dying as a result of the show.
I have to clarify that. When I said 6 decades, I meant riding this rock. I've been awake a long time, though.
Oh, okay. How long you been awake?
I'd say it was the 70s that I started questioning everything.
Okay. Hey, brother, that's a long time. Okay. So you're absolutely correct that and I've got some friends that have been around the awake side of things as long as you have. I have not. I'm a baby at 18 years. And it's like, you guys it is excruciating. So you are the second level, right? Far second from the actual victims, right? That are being, and then beyond that are now the people that are waking up saying, what's taking so long? And you can turn around and saying, what's taking so long? I've been waiting on your dumbass for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years.
Well, it does give you a different perspective, all right? Because just, let's say, 8 years ago, no, not very many people knew what the heck we're talking about when it comes to half of the stuff. The exposure or disclosure or whatever you want to call it is off the hook. I mean, what people have been shown, if you were to add it all up, let's say just the last 3 years, add up everything that you've been given as information and what you've seen yourself. It's pretty much overwhelming to try to, people know a whole lot more than they used to. And I'll give you an example that I can give. All right, years ago, I started, because I went there back in the 80s down in Georgia where the Guidestones were. And it always was. At first, it didn't really register to me how creepy it was, but within a couple of years, I realized the numbers on that stone, and I spoke up about it. I'm like on my Facebook page when I use that. I made a big article about it. You know, when they were tearing down monuments, the first ones, I was like, "There's only one monument in this country that needs to go." And I do have an alibi, by the way. I was not in on that. Wasn't even near Georgia when it happened. But the thing is when I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, even in a YouTube chat 3-4 years ago, not everybody knew what it was. There were some, but nowadays everyone knows what it was. You know,
and I don't know about you guys, but I can point out a youngin pretty quick. You know what I mean? Like somebody that woke up in the past couple years.
Yeah.
All right. And they're also the most arrogant and the most impatient. And they got the balls to complain about how long it's taken when we've lived through wars. Okay. Knowing this stuff. We've lived through decades. We've lived through, you know, Super Bowls or superb owls. Think about that one. I just saw one of our old shows. Superb owl. Todd brought that.
I know nothing about sports. I never
Well,
liked that at all.
You're absolutely right there, Dave. Absolutely. That's a fact.
And owl is Moloch, and all those stadiums that are shaped like an eye with the roads and the parking around them and the way
shout out to Alex Jones on the Bohemian Grove, huh?
Yeah, and there's the owl there. I mean, we've got so at any rate, I agree with you. Some people are waking up a lot more people, and you guys know this, I used to say this all the time. More people are awake today than ever before in human history. Period. Not even close. Not even
I think it's increasing daily, Dave. I remember watching the chats because I'm a mod in a lot of places, Dave. I'm like, I got to have at least 100 wrenches still. But
nice.
I've noticed that the balance has shifted. There used to be a whole lot of opposition talk where it's dwindled. You know, it's dwindled.
The question is, how do we get the rest of them, though? How do we get the ones that ain't awake? You know, that because they won't watch shows like Hawks or mine, and any conservative show. Most of them, they're clicking on it for a second and see what it is and click right off.
Well, I think that there's a amount, Ronnie, that they don't count anyways because they're probably in their parents' basement and can't even vote yet, or they're not, even in America, or there's a lot of. I don't think that the numbers are how they portray them. And Michigan is a good example for that because I think there's way more red here than they portray. I don't believe any of their numbers and their polls or any of that.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with you, but I'm just wondering, how, regardless of how many there are, how and where they're at, how do we get to them? Because they won't listen to you. I mean, even when I was on Twitter before I got kicked off, I mean, there were people I could say one thing about, being conservative, and I didn't post much, but these people would just pile on.
You get destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the thing. When you asked that question, Ronnie, the place I went to right away was Twitter and how they got Musk in, right? They brought Musk in like they brought Trump in my opinion.
Oh, I agree.
And they brought Musk in because he was the darling of the left. He's going to save the planet with his electric cars. He's going to, put up all the satellites for the war-torn countries, for the freedom fighters, and he's going to Ukraine, and he's going to take us all to Mars, and because this climate is going crazy, and we're all going to be dead in 20 years. So we need Musk to take us to Mars, right? Okay. Okay. How did I? If I was auditioning for the role of that douchebag, how did I do?
Well, pretty good.
I'll give you a 7 out of 10. I'll give you a 7 out of 10. It was pretty good though. All right, guys. I'm gonna drop a new topic on you. Okay. I'm gonna start off with this little video.
A constitutional republic, not a democracy. The ideal of a democracy is universal equality. The ideal of a constitutional republic is individual liberty. A democracy always degenerates into dictatorship, which promises government-guaranteed equality and security, but it delivers nothing but poverty and serfdom for the people it robs and rules. America was founded as a constitutional republic to safeguard the liberties of the people against the tyranny of democracy or of one-man dictatorship. In this century, great strides have been made toward the goal of subverting our republic into a democracy. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language. By calling America a democracy until people thoughtlessly accept and use the term, the totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of our principles of government. That is a summary of my report on a constitutional republic, not a democracy. The full report after a message from my sponsor. A democracy is a political system in which the people periodically, by majority vote at the polls, select their rulers. The rulers then have absolute power to make whatever laws they please by majority vote among themselves. In a constitutional republic, the people also, by majority vote at the polls, select rulers who make laws by majority vote among themselves. But the rulers cannot make any laws they please because the Constitution severely restricts their lawmaking power. The ideal of a democracy is universal equality. The ideal of a constitutional republic is individual liberty. In this century, great strides have been made toward the goal of subverting our republic and transforming it into a democracy. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language. By calling America a democracy until people thoughtlessly accept and use the term, totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of American principles of government. Note the following passages from a recent article distributed by the New York Times News Service. Quote, in the United States and in other leading democracies, recent years have seen perceptible growth in executive authority. As society becomes more equalitarian, it tends increasingly to concentrate absolute power in the hands of one single man. This is a voluntary surrender of a free people escaping from freedom to one autocratic master, end quote. And note the following from Gunnar Myrdal's An American Dilemma. Quote,
Did I lose y'all?
liberty often provided an opportunity stronger to rob the weaker. Against this, the equalitarianism in the
audio
has been persistently revolting. And in the conflict between equality and liberty, equality is slowly winning. In America, conservatism has to a great extent been perverted into a cult of the Constitution. This is unfortunate since the Constitution is in many respects impractical and ill-suited for modern conditions. The worship of the Constitution is also a most flagrant violation of the American creed. The Constitutional Convention was nearly a plot against the common people, end quote. Now, Gunnar Myrdal, a Swedish socialist, was hired by the Carnegie Corporation of New York in 1937 to direct a study of the Negro in the United States. He engaged a large staff, some of them communists and pro-communists. An American Dilemma resulted, first copyrighted in the United States in 1944. In 1954, the Supreme Court handed down a school segregation decision, which deliberately violated the Constitution, reversed a previous Supreme Court decision, and lit a fuse touching off explosive violence, which has been shattering our society ever since. The court cited An American Dilemma as one of the modern authorities on which it relied in preference to the Constitution for justification of its decision. An American Dilemma, written by a Swedish socialist, provided a basic rationale for the conversion of our free republic into an equalitarian democracy. Myrdal contends that the American Declaration of Independence, 1776, proclaimed the ideal of an equalitarian democracy. because it contains the phrase, all men are created equal. 11 years later, the Constitution created not a democracy founded on the ideal of equality, but a republic founded on the ideal of liberty. This is why Myrdal says the Constitutional Convention was nearly a plot against the common people. But he and those who parrot his ideas are either ignorant or dishonest. The Constitution was ordained specifically to safeguard the principles of liberty proclaimed by the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration's phrase, all men are created equal, means that men are equal before the law and before the Creator, regardless of their inequality in human society. The Declaration says that men are endowed with unalienable rights, and that the purpose of government is to secure these rights. The unalienable rights of man enumerated in the Declaration of Independence do not include equality, but they do include liberty, along with life and pursuit of happiness. Equality of all men in the eyes of God and before the law is a condition essential to freedom, but no other kind of equality is possible. Government efforts to achieve material equality will produce crushing tyranny, but will not make people equal. The writers of the Constitution were anxious to safeguard liberty against dictatorship, monarchy they called it, but their chief anxiety was to protect the country against democracy. Edmund Randolph, delegate to the Constitutional Convention from Virginia, said the general object of the convention was to provide a cure for the follies and fury of democracy. Elbridge Gerry and Roger Sherman, delegates from Massachusetts and Connecticut, urged the Constitutional Convention to create a system to eliminate the evils that flow from the excess of democracy. Alexander Hamilton, delegate from New York, said, "We are now forming a Republican government. Real liberty is not found in democracy. If we incline too much to democracy, we shall soon shoot into a monarchy." John Adams, one of the giants of the American Revolutionary period, said, "Democracy will envy all, contend with all, endeavor to pull down all. And when by chance it happens to get the upper hand for a short time, democracy will be revengeful, bloody, and cruel." Speaking of pure democracy, in which the people by majority vote act as their own lawmakers, instead of electing representatives to make laws, James Madison said, "Such democracies have ever been incompatible with personal security or the rights of property. A republic promises the cure for which we are seeking." Madison, known as the father of the Constitution, knew and said that enlightened men will not always be at the helm of government to serve as proper guardians of the public weal. He knew that unlimited political power cannot safely be entrusted to the nation's elected representatives, to use as a majority of them see fit, because, he said, a majority of a group of men is far more likely to be tyrannical than one man is. In a democracy, if a majority should develop hatred for all blue-eyed babies and order them eliminated, the babies could be legally executed, because whatever a majority wants at any given moment is supreme law of the land in a democracy. How can liberty be safeguarded against the mindless, soulless tyranny of majority rule when government is founded on the principle of majority rule? Jefferson answered that one, "In questions of power, let no more be heard of confidence in man, but bind him down from mischief with the chains of the Constitution." In short, America was founded not as a democracy, but as a constitutional republic. We pledge allegiance to the republic, for which our flag stands, not to a democracy. The Constitution requires a republican form of government for all states, but does not mention democracy, and neither does the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights. The Constitution is a binding contract, enumerating limited powers which the federal government can legally exercise, prohibiting it from exercising any powers not granted in the contract. It denies federal officials the power to do whatever they claim to be necessary for the general welfare. Federal action not clearly authorized by the Constitution is illegal, even if approved by an overwhelming majority of the people, because all the elastic powers of government are left with the states. Ultimate power to change the organic structure of government was left with the people, but the means of making changes, amending the Constitution, were carefully prescribed to militate against hasty, unwise decisions by the people. As Benjamin Franklin left the State House in Philadelphia on the closing day of the Constitutional Convention, A woman asked him what kind of government the convention had given America, and Franklin replied, a republic, if you can keep it. Very old and very wise, Franklin saw through the mists of time to the day when Americans might trade their freedom in a constitutional republic for the promise of government guaranteed equality and security in a democracy. And beyond that, to the day when democracy inevitably degenerates into dictatorship, guaranteeing nothing but poverty and serfdom for the people it robs and rules. The American constitutional system, unique in history, enabled Americans to develop a backward continent into the most magnificent nation of all time. The system was designed to prevent both tyranny by government and reckless rebellion by the people. We must restore it and keep it. And what can you do toward that end? Your job, you who care and understand, is to help educate others. I suggest that you might find a subscription to my report helpful. The Dan Smoot Report, on which these broadcasts are based, is sent every week through the mails and will reach you long before the broadcast does. It contains documentation and details I cannot put on the broadcast. You can read it, make up your own mind, pass it on to others. I think it may be an effective tool for you to use to help educate and activate others. And only by this means can we restore our republic.
Wow. Now, I played a clip of that the other day where it was just, where it had just explained that we live in a republic. We don't live in a democracy.
That's the one Devil Dog recommended, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the one that Devil Dog sent. So we lost Dave there. I think he's moving inside or moving around where he's at there, and he lost his signal. So hopefully he'll be back with us. Hopefully he was able to at least listen in and be able to hear that, because I'd like to. That's actually one of the conversations him and I never actually have had in the time period that I've known him. Was in regards to the Constitution and the Republic for which it stands.
Hawk, brother, I'm gonna have to get going. I'm about to fall asleep sitting here. You know that medicine that I take. It seems to be working.
Yeah.
Ronnie's buzz kicked in.
All right. It's a so when that I'll tell you, Ronnie, when that tired kind of creeps in like that, generally I will grab something to eat real quick, something that's quick and light, and generally that will either tell you whether you need to go to bed or I got my second wind.
Well, I think I'm just going to take it for what it's worth and go to bed.
Yeah, what is it? 11:30 where you are, or 12:30?
Yeah, 12:30.
12:30. Wow. Yeah, 2 hours different.
It's my bedtime anyway, just about. So,
Yeah.
But thank you, Hawk, for inviting me up, brother. I definitely appreciate you, and it's great conversations.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All the way around. All the way around.
Sleep well, Ronnie.
Thanks.
Sleep well, Ronnie.
Thank you, guys, and y'all have a great rest of the night and us rest of Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Merry Christmas, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Merry Christmas to everyone.
And guys, tomorrow night, Ronnie and Steve go live at
4:30.
4:30 Central Time. I will be joining them at 5:30 Central Time. I think. Is that what time
or
it's
you can come in, around about 5, something like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You're going to text me anyway. So
that's right.
Yep. And I'll be on with him tomorrow. Monday, I will be doing something that will be, I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll be doing something on Christmas Day for those of you that like me are going to be by yourselves. I'm going to figure something out. I actually got a Christmas gift yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. I don't. The days are running into each other now. But a lady came up and brought me a piano, an electric piano, and I'm going to attempt to figure it out and get it set up. And I may do some live music through
Right
it.
on. Right on.
On Christmas Day. We'll see. We'll see. It's I got to try and figure out how to do it because it's a full size keyboard, 88 keys, and it will take up a lot of space. So but she also brought me a small vocal and instrumental amplifier, which has an output which can get fed into the back of the computer. So that's another thing I got to figure out. I got to find all my old music wiring and things like that in order to get everything set up to do that. So,
well, congrats, Hawk. Man, congratulations on that. But, good night. I'm sorry.
I said it was unexpected. But,
I bet.
Go get some rest, young man, and we will talk tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Good night, everybody, and y'all be sure to join us tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 Central. The Hawk himself will be there.
Now it's on your channel tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought, because I know sometimes Steve, you guys switch back and forth. So.
Yeah, we do it every week. It's one week it's on mine, next week it's on his. So when I got a channel to go on, that is.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Hawk, if you play the piano and I sing, we can turn a lot of people to God. When I sing, I can hear people saying, God, please make him stop.
That could be funny. Yeah. that could be fun. It's we'll see how it goes there. Yeah, absolutely. See, I was reading some of the comments. Yeah, I got some medicine to Ronnie a couple of weeks back, and he's put himself onto a regimen where he's doing it daily. So he just has to make sure his timing is right, because he needs to be able to operate his vehicle during the day and things like that. So, I'm looking forward to doctor's reports from him, after a period of time of taking this, and I want to see things come back with a total positive, that we've kicked it to the curb, because we want Ronnie around for a long time. Guy's got a big heart. He's got a great mind, and he's not afraid to share it. Both of them. So, guys like that are few and far between. Everybody, it's a lot of people around us are scripted, and when you're in that scripted mode, you have things that you'll talk about, then you'll have things that you won't. It's the things that generally that most people don't want to talk about that think people need to hear about. And Ronnie's not afraid to cross that line at all. So, oh boy, here they go. Somebody's awake. Oh boy. Yeah. They'll be singing for the rest of the show. So I was waiting to see if Dave was going to come back here. Now, John, you dropped a couple of links back here. One of them before the I Write the Songs one. How long is that video?
Hijacking reality.
Yeah,
that's actually 5 videos in a row, Hawk.
Okay.
I put that there for you to save. You can look at them, but when you say Trump's not a single person. Trump's a whole organization, and you could actually say he's a movement. And this kind of goes over with you know, like him and Flynn, and, you know, they were a movement. I believe our broken system got to a point where something had to happen. And I think we all see that, you know.
Yeah.
And this kind of explains it, you know.
So start with part one. Part one is only 20 minutes.
If you want to show it, yeah. I don't think they'll give you any, but I don't know, Hawk. You know, I don't know. Can you tell if there's a copyright on it or anything?
Well, yeah. Well, it's no, I don't think so. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and play him. I'm not gonna fret it. You know, what I'll do is I'll pull up the first video and get the name of why didn't it just pull that up? Oh, there it goes.
You know, you do know I'm part of the reason why you're on number 22, right?
That's okay. I'm not you know, I'm not concerned with that. You know, and I'm gonna make a banner right now for this and give the people credit who put it together, of course. You know, because that's always an important thing, and it is.
If the screen goes dark, people look for Hawks 23.
Yeah.
No, actually, we got to go to 24 and 25 is where our next number is. 23 I made, but I'm already locked out of. So, and that is on Odyssey.
Yeah. But there's 5 of them. I did put it in the chat for everybody else, but that was quite a while back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to have a banner up there so that we're giving credit to the people who put it together. That's the important thing. So let's go ahead and watch this first one here. Hopefully, maybe Dave will be back with us, and we can go from there. Here we go. Episode 1, Hijacking Reality.
Before Alex Jones was kicked off YouTube and other platforms, he had quite a large audience, and it was December 2nd, 2015, where he caught my attention and probably had one of those break the internet events. Trump appeared as a guest on his program that day, and the large InfoWars audience then knew Alex was all in on Trump. The interview was favorable for Trump, and Trump had told Alex he would not let him down.
I routinely talk to the top generals, special forces, Pentagon currently, out of the Pentagon, CIA, as I know you do, and we'll just leave it at that. There are a lot of people in this government and also retired who don't want to destroy the country. They really know that we've reached the crossroads where the country's done as a third world nation within a few more years. Forget Donald Trump in 4 years. If this happens, we're done. I mean, we're talking about resurrecting the dead here. We could turn it around right now, as you've said properly. You're dead on, sir. You're right. We could turn it around. All the actuaries, all the numbers show it. But it's got to happen in the next few years or we're done. And there are globalists that want to have a world government, a system run by select crony capitalists, using socialism at the grassroots to make people dependent. And I've talked to not just high-level folks that have been in government that are on your team, but separately high-level people in government currently that say there's an internal war going on and that you're a manifestation of that. I don't want to get anything inside baseball with you, but I already know the inside baseball. I know now from top people that you actually are for real and you understand you're in danger and you understand what you're doing is epic. It's George Washington level, and you understand that office. So I want to tell you right now, can you speak about the war for the soul of this country that's happening right now, really tell people what's happening, and commit to people that you won't Ross Perot under death threats and step down when you're in the lead 2 months from the election?
I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope. And I think we'll be speaking a lot, but you'll be looking at me in a year or 2 years. Let's give me a little bit of a time to run things. But a year into office, you'll be saying, wow, I remember that interview. He said he was going to do it, and he did a great job. You'll be very proud of our country.
Well, I'm impressed. I mean,
it wasn't until recently that I asked myself, how did Trump end up on InfoWars? Who were the people that put that meeting together? and determined it was worth the risk for Trump to gain the InfoWars audience as voters versus the fallout from the mainstream media saying Trump was associating with a conspiracy theorist. This question led me to a video broadcast where Alex Jones let his audience know the military was helping him from very early on in his career.
Different groups. I've had all these, Navy SEALs and Delta Force guys on. They don't tell you who they are when they're on the show, but they go, no, I was like in covert operations in Southeast Asia, or I was in, Europe, or I was here or there. And, I had the local CIA head guy come by and go, listen, Infowars.com, this guy knows what's going on, decompartmentalization, this is really what's going on. And it wasn't that I was even that great of a guy. I was just willing to talk about it. And they kind of made it a joke early on, so it got out big. And I also think there was some psyops by patriots inside. We didn't have a very big audience. I was on a few radio stations here in Texas and things like 1996, 97. I made some films. And then they ordered the Marine Corps wide, and then the Army not to watch Alex Jones videos. Well, suddenly I was going from like 50 orders a day to 500 a day, and it was all going to Marine Corps bases and Army bases.
The U.S. Marines and Army were sending Alex Jones documentaries to their bases for viewing in the late 90s and 2000s. Knowing this, it shouldn't be surprising to learn the answer to the previous question. How did Donald Trump end up on InfoWars? Alex provided us the answer, saying it was the United States Special Operations Command out of Florida.
I know folks that are part of Delta Force, and I know people that are part of covert action in the Defense Department and the CIA. And quite frankly, they've given me authorization to talk about this. I have never been in the CIA. I have never been part of covert operations, but I was basically contacted by groups inside Special Forces operations in Florida, inside breakaway groups inside the Central Intelligence Agency, and groups basically behind American industry that wanted to defeat the globalists. They're planning to bankrupt America.
But this is what got Donald Trump to say, I got to be on this guy's show?
Donald Trump was advised by the Special Forces Command out of Florida. They said
to go on your program.
I mean, that's who actually, let's just say it, the enemy already knows all this. Let me just say this, everybody listening knows I'm telling the truth. Special Operations Command in Florida, the Delta Force, Army, Black Ops, Army's the oldest thing in America. It's before the Constitution, anything. They said, sir, you need to go with Alex Jones, and you need to rally the troops. And they briefed him. They showed him the documents, and they said, we need you to run. And the Delta Force basically asked Trump. Delta Force, founded by General Boykin and Schumacher and people like Dr. C. Pachenik of Psychological Operations of the CIA.
That's exactly what all our sources from the FBI and the Pentagon, which means the CIA connected Pentagon, that's Special Operations. That's what they told us. And these are the good guys that continue to give us good info. It doesn't mean the whole thing's good.
Two names stick out that Jones mentioned: Lieutenant General William G. Boykin and Dr. Steve Pachenik. This wasn't the first time Boykin was mentioned by Alex Jones. During an interview years ago with his associate Michael Maloof, former senior security policy analyst in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Maloof mentions Boykin as a source. A brief note on Maloof: he attends the New Horizon conference in Iran with Alexander Dugin. The Department of Justice has identified New Horizon as an Iranian intelligence recruiting event. I mention this because it raises questions about Maloof and Boykin, such as why would Boykin associate with someone like Maloof, and why would Maloof associate with Alexander Dugin, a Putin ally?
More. Now, there are, as Congressman West mentioned to me, there are some zipper issues that have occurred even among the higher ranks. But as General Boykin told me, this is unprecedented to have so many flag officers, so many four-star generals removed in such a short period of time.
Maloof, he has talked to all these major generals, you name it, brigadier generals, the list goes on, who've confirmed what our Navy SEAL sources have said on record and off record, what our military police sources have said, what Fort Hood PSYOPs has told us that we've confirmed. They've given us good intel over and over again. These are good men. I've met them.
Boykin was commander of Delta Force, 1st Special Forces Command Airborne, which includes the Force Psychological Operations Group, the John F. Kennedy Special Warfare Center and School, which trains SOCOM officers, and he finished his career as Undersecretary for Defense Intelligence 2003 to 2007. Boykin is on the executive committee for the Council of National Policy, and two of Alex's other associates, Steve Bannon and Jerome Corsi, are also members of CMP. Boykin was also featured in a documentary with Jones, and it is likely they have communicated with each other given how Alex and Pachenik talk about Boykin. Boykin publicly endorsed Trump for his 2016 and 2020 campaigns. Given that Alex Jones and his associates have mentioned Boykin multiple times and the ties InfoWars has to the military, we cannot ignore when Jones has mentioned that InfoWars is the tip of the spear, or that it is in an information war against the globalists. SOCOM, Delta Force, and 1st Special Forces Command symbols are spear and arrowheads. In 21st century warfare, information operations and its subset psychological operations are largely deployed before kinetic action is. This is why InfoWars is the tip of the spear, and Jones does not hide he is at war with the globalist, which is the Anglo-American establishment, according to him in a 2008 RT interview.
InfoWars is the tip of the spear, supporting our information warfare operation against the globalists.
Because we're warning people about very serious things that are happening in the world. We have the Anglo-American establishment based in England and the United States that has enslaved our people. And they are using our wealth, our military, our name to carry out this globalist empire, this unipolar world, instead of having a multipolar world.
The picture is starting to emerge that InfoWars is the information operations tip of the spear for a faction inside and outside our government, represented by elements of special forces and the intelligence community, who are looking to break up the Anglo-American establishment, or what Alex more often calls them, the globalists. Just in case there is any doubt as to whether Alex misspoke about factions of the military helping him and Trump, here he is again, mentioning how Trump came to power.
Trump was saying, who do we get to do this? So there's a real war going on in the elite right now. Don't think Trump just did this on his own. He was recruited by patriots and U.S. intelligence agencies, for a fact. Trump was recruited by the U.S. Army. That's a big secret, but you deserve to know what the Democrats already know.
Trump was recruited by SOCOM, according to Jones, and the military has been working with Jones since the late 90s. Alex has family members in the CIA, and he employs retired military and special forces members, such as Russian-born Daria Karpova, whom he hired for Russian translation services. We can now see that InfoWars is deeply tied into the intelligence community and power structures in the United States that placed Trump in office. That was accomplished with information warfare, partly conducted by Alex's InfoWars operation, staffed by retired military and special forces personnel.
My family doing things like helping take in East German defectors, okay? Whenever I go to a family reunion, half the people in the room are former retired CIA.
We've got a lot of folks work here at the office that were in the military, and some of them were, involved in not just your standard special operations stuff, but some of the most elite groups out there. But Daria is one of the only people ever, not just in your regular special forces, but all the way at the top of it. And she's a great patriot, and she's a Russian American whose parents came here to leave communism, and she's a great patriot.
Obey me.
That's right. I get all my orders from the Russian right here.
Going back to Special Forces Commander Lieutenant General Boykin, it wasn't just Alex and Maloof talking about him. Dr. Steve Pachenik mentioned him as well, saying he was involved in the revolution that placed Trump in power. Pachenik is another associate of Jones that has Russian ties. Pachenik was born in communist Cuba, speaks Russian and English because his mother was Russian. He was a member of the highly influential Council on Foreign Relations going back to the mid-90s, and was previously with the U.S. State Department as Deputy Assistant Secretary under Henry Kissinger, as well as having served as a consultant to the RAND Corporation and the United States Institute for Peace.
Who indicted the CIA by saying they were a legacy of ashes and they were a disaster. This is the first president in the 21st century to say, I will not allow any form of corruption to exist in our voting system. Simple as that. And I will remain in power. He utilized all the men and women in our intelligence community in the White House, General Nakasone, General Keith Alexander, Boykin, Special Forces. I mean, these are names that I've told you about before, but they're quiet. And these are the real heroes. And unfortunately, as Adam Curry said in one of his shows, he said they're not going to televise the revolution. And that comes from an old song in 1971, as you know.
Jones, Maloof, and Pachinik have all mentioned Lieutenant General Boykin. We know Jones wants to destroy the Anglo-American establishment. We know Maloof attends Iranian intelligence recruiting events with such titles as The Demise of America while associating with Putin allies. And we know Pachinik is no aficionado of the Constitution and supports devolution, as we shall now see.
Let me be very frank. I have never been an aficionado of the Constitution. The reason for it, it's outdated. And what's happening now is we're coming into a new realism, a hyper-realism, where the states become more important. The devolution of power from the federal government, I told you, is happening very quickly.
Pachinik mentioned Boykin in the context of the revolution not being televised, and certain people preferring to keep quiet. However, Boykin is not a ghost, and we can form a picture of who he is via his associations, which we will examine presently. Would you be surprised to know that Boykin is a close associate with a Greek national named Nicholas Papanicolaou, who in turn is a close associate of former KGB General Vladimir Yakunin? Both Boykin and Papanicolaou are members of the Knights Hospitallers of the Sovereign Order of St. John of Jerusalem Knights of Malta. They are also members of the Oak Initiative, whose founder is Rick Joyner. Rick is a fellow Knight Hospitaller, and the Knights organization traces its history back to Russia. Papanicolaou and former KGB General Yakunin co-founded the World Public Forum Dialogue of Civilizations, or WPF-DOC for short. Yakunin was interviewed in person by the Council on Foreign Relations, which was a partner to the WPF-DOC, and they called Yakunin a close associate of Putin.
Officially on the record. Today our speaker is Vladimir Yakunin. For those who aren't familiar with him, he is the president of state-run company Russian Railways. So he really is the guy who makes the trains run on time.
Unlike the traffic here. You know.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry we can't do something about our airline system here, so you'd be, but he's a former first secretary of the Soviet Permanent Rep Office to the United Nations. He's a former deputy minister of transportation. He's a close associate of Prime Minister Vladimir Putin's and considered to be one of Russia's really true insiders.
Yakunin was also interviewed by Tiberio Graziani's Italian Journal of Geopolitics, where he stated the time for mere dialogue was over, and it was time for exerting controlled influence over social processes. We can assume that influence would be in support of a Eurasian empire, which is something Yakunin advocates. Graziani is on the High Council of Alexander Dugin's International Eurasia Movement, which calls for a multipolar world order, just like Alex Jones was advocating for in RT in 2008, and for the integration of post-Soviet spaces into the Eurasian Union. What is particularly interesting about Boykin's association with Papanicolaou is that both men were in Rhodes, Greece during October 2nd, 2011 for a Knights Hospitaller ceremony. Just 4 days later, also in Rhodes, Papanicolaou was meeting with Yakunin at the WPF-DOC event. This raises some questions such as, was Boykin in contact with retired KGB General Yakunin? Was Alexander Dugin there as well? Dugin regularly travels to Rhodes. Yakunin is an important figure not only because of his railway business, he also used to be a diplomat to the UN, which might explain why UNESCO is a partner to the WPF-DOC. That is because of Yakunin's connections to the UN. Yakunin is also editor and publisher of 2 Dugin anthologies and was meeting with Dugin going back to at least 2004. That group is organized by Putin-endorsed Center for National Glory of Russia, a partner organization to the WPF-DOC, where Yakunin serves as chairman of the board of trustees. Yakunin regularly met with Putin, and probably still does, when he was a Russian railway boss. He is also associated with Putin through the Ozera Dhaka Cooperative. Another Boykin, Papanicolaou, and Joyner associate is Ted Baer, who is also a member of the Knights organization and was working with Yakunin's wife at events such as the World Congress of Families and World Public Forum, which are sponsored by people like Yakunin and Putin and Dugin associate Alexander Malafeev. I believe we now have a decent picture of Boykin via his associates, and we can understand somewhat why his name is being mentioned by Jones, Maloof, and Pachenik, all individuals looking to break the current establishment. They said the military put Trump into power and mentioned Boykin. Jones would later advocate using the military to keep Trump in power.
Organizing violence and moving, and I can see they're moving with it behind the scenes. It's time for covert action, and it just has to happen. So if people kind of see InfoWars as a bellwether where the people sit, I'm just saying, I think the president and the military has to do what it has to do at this point. I mean, it would be negligent to sit here at this point.
Concluding part one, we learned that United States Special Operations Command put Trump into contact with Alex Jones. We also learned InfoWars is likely the tip of the spear for factions of the military and intelligence community, and that Lieutenant General Boykin was mentioned by Jones and his associates who are questionable in terms of their loyalty to this country. And Boykin, while he might be silent, is associated with individuals close to a KGB general. Lastly, it wasn't only Jones that advocated using the military in support of Trump. Someone much closer to Lieutenant General Boykin was suggesting using the military to take over the United States before Trump even came to power.
So I think these are unfolding. And what I saw when I saw martial law come into America was military law. I saw it being an answer. And I believe right now, if we're going to go that way, if our present leaders are not going to hear, not going to defend our country, not defend our borders, and open the door to the kind of terrible things I saw, then, you know, martial law is going to seem like a reprieve. And the real key is who the marshal is. We need to start praying now, if this is going to happen, that the Lord have the right marshal with wisdom, with a love for freedom. You know, I would hope an absolute commitment to our Constitution. And you say, well, how could anyone who takes over the country under martial law have a love for our Constitution? In extreme crisis, sometimes you have to do extreme things. That doesn't mean they can't move us back towards that. Bring order, bring control, bring the defense that we need in our country and the protection of our citizens that are needed, and then bring us back to the Republic and restore the Republic that we're called to be. That's my prayer. I believe that can happen. I believe all of the things we've done to undermine our Constitution can be corrected and changed. So, but I'm praying right now, whoever the marshal is, please give him great wisdom, resolve, courage, everything else needed for these times. And as I started telling friends for a long time, that no election's going to get the right person in there that can restore us, because the system is so broken, so undermined right now, the whole system. I believe our only hope is a military takeover, martial law, and that the most crucial element of that is who the marshal is going to be.
All right, that was part one. Whoop! Wow, it jumps all the way to part 5, huh? I guess it doesn't want you to see 2, 3, and 4.
I've got more memorabilia, vintage memorabilia.
Hey man, I gotta bow out. I
Okay,
took
brother.
some allergies and it's starting to kick in. I'm sitting here at the computer, so.
Oh, I bet. All right, brother, get some rest. I'll talk with you tomorrow.
All right, man. Have a good one. Nice
Merry Christmas.
country.
Yeah.
Night, John.
I'm actually gonna say we've been going for 5.5 hours now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and call this a night, and then I'll be back on again tomorrow and cover part 2, 3, 4, and 5 of this. And then after I do that, I will jump over and join Ronnie's panel. So yeah, thanks everybody for joining me. Thank you guys for joining me on the panel. You know, this we had some
always fun.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got more vintage memorabilia here, Hawk. Let's see if you can see that. Can you see that?
Hang on. I gotta blow it up. Hang on. Infowars.com. You poor guy.
Thought you'd like that one.
All right. Okay, folks. Yeah, thanks for joining us this evening, guys. I appreciate you guys coming on. And we will cover some more tomorrow. And yeah, and here comes my outro. God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you. Peace.